Chapter 2438. Never heard of. If you're still lacking materials, then go out and search for them. Little ones, go to the myriad worlds to search for these materials. If you can't find them, then snatch them back for me. Looking at the missing materials, Queen Xianxia waved her hand domineeringly. Outside the cave, the spiders obeyed and flew into the sky. Only now did Lin Ling realize that he was in a world, and this world was not big. It floated in the chaos of the universe, and as far as the eye could see, it was like a starry sky. This made Lin Ling feel as if he was on a small island. While waiting, Qianji, Sunset Glory, and the others became more and more interested in Lin Ling. They kept asking Lin Ling questions. If it were other people, Lin Ling would naturally not bother to talk nonsense. However, these people had helped him before, so he patiently explained. Queen Qianji and the others learned a lot from this explanation. They were even more suspicious of Lin Ling now. That's because I received the inheritance of the Boundary King of Heaven and Earth ring, so I'm a little familiar with this. Lin Ling knew that they would be very confused, so he found an excuse. The World Barrier King of Heaven and Earth ring? Is that the World Barrier Master who rose to prominence like a comet 10,000 years ago? He's an orange-robed barrier master. The three of them were not world spiritists, so at this moment, they were very shocked. Moreover, they finally knew why Lin Ling was so mysterious. In fact, Li Xiaoyao was even more powerful than the Boundary King of Heaven and Earth Universal Boundary. He had long surpassed the orange robe level. Not long after, those spiders flew back and brought back some materials. Alright, Lin Ling, all the materials are here. Let's see if you can open our eyes. Queen Qianji laughed excitedly. Lin Ling looked at her strangely. What happened? Queen Qianji frowned. You look pretty when you smile. So, as a woman, it's better not to be so domineering. Lin Ling shrugged. Queen Qianji was stunned, and she gritted her teeth. She was too anxious to refine the pills, so she lost her composure for a moment. Lin Ling, refining the demon heart of Saint Body requires so many materials. The old man in a green robe looked at the materials on the ground. No need. 2/3 of the materials are for me to refine the dominating song sword. 1/3 are for the demon heart pill. Lin Ling, demon heart of heaven and earth universal, and demon heart of heaven and earth, demon body, the old man in green robe. Studio Lin Ling, Sunset Glory, and the green robe, Sunset Glory, and Sunset Glory, Sunset Glory. Studio, Sunset Glory, and Sunset Glory, Demon and Sunset, Continent Studio World Dragon Sun Studio. Qianji Queen smiled bitterly. Lin Ling, I know your sword is broken. But what sword do you want? I'll get it back for you. Be patient and make the demon heart pill for me. What a joke. Lin Ling's sword was comparable to the sacred body demon heart. If there was a mistake in the refining process, then the sacred body demon heart would be wasted. Are you saying that you don't want to see me refine the sacred body devil heart pill? Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression turned ugly. You can refine it however you want, as long as it succeeds. Queen Qianji raised both of her hands in surrender. Since she had a favor to ask, she could only swallow her anger. Luo Riyao clicked his tongue in wonder. One is refining weapons, the other is refining divine pills, refining them at the same time. This is simply unheard of. Senior Sunset Glory, not only have you heard of it, but you've also seen it with your own eyes. Lin Ling's expression didn't change. He waved his hands, and the materials all floated up. Lin Ling's hands didn't stop. He used the fire of time and space to draw a mysterious barrier. This barrier used the universe as a furnace to burn the materials. At this moment, a huge amount of spiritual energy rushed towards them, causing their pupils to tremble. This kind of technique was something they had never seen before. Boom! With the influx of spiritual energy from the universe, the fire of time and space became even bigger, causing the entire cave to be filled with colorful lights. This type of barrier was called the peerless wide cloth barrier. It could increase the power of the flames by a few hundred times, allowing it to burn the materials that were difficult to melt. If this barrier didn't take a long time to set up and required a lot of concentration, Lin Ling would be able to defeat many ancient martial artists with this barrier. Pop! 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 Almost at the same time, the materials in the barrier started to melt. They've all melted. Even the sacred body devil heart pill is disappearing. How can we tell the difference between the materials? The old man in the green shirt exclaimed. In fact, even Luo Riyao couldn't remain calm. This was the first time he had seen such a method of refining materials. After all, there were hundreds of materials. If they all melted at the same time, how could they tell the difference between the materials? Lin Ling, don't destroy my sacred body devil heart pill. Queen Xianxia was more anxious than the other two. She shrieked. Don't worry. It's such a simple refining. I know what I'm doing. Lin Ling said without looking at her. Know what he's doing? However, Queen Xianxia didn't know what he was doing. If all the materials were put together, it would only be a piece of scrap metal. At this moment, she regretted it. She shouldn't have trusted Lin Ling. Lin Ling was just messing around. Previously, she had been too anxious to restore her ancestors' bloodline. Even Luo Riyao and the others thought that Lin Ling was messing around. They thought that Lin Ling was really capable when he talked about it. But now, they felt that they were stupid. Their intelligence seemed to have been lowered. Of course, it was no wonder that they trusted Lin Ling. Lin Ling left them with a mysterious impression. My sacred body devil heart. At this moment, Queen Xianxia let out a painful groan. Those who didn't know her would think that she was being tortured. In fact, her sacred body devil heart pill had been burned into a pile of rotten meat. It was mixed with the other materials. Sigh. Even Luo Riyao sighed softly. However, just as their hearts were filled with disappointment, the flames began to transform. They actually turned into volcanoes, and a piece of material floated in the mouth of each volcano. There were over 100 volcanoes, and those volcanoes seemed to be able to clearly distinguish each material. This. Oh my God. What's happening? Could it be that the flame can separate the materials by itself? Queen Xianxia and the others were shocked. It was as if they were injected with chicken blood. I've told you. Not only have you never heard of it, but you've also seen it with your own eyes. At this moment, Lin Ling's indifferent voice came from the boundary. He missed this moment because he hadn't used this refining method for a very long time. There were two reasons why he could use it now. First, he had the space-time flame. Second, his soul power had reached a terrifying level. He could control each material. Rumble. Chapter 2439. Was this still a simple refinement? This peerless wide boundaries concept lies in its breadth. Don't think that the boundary is big, but the main fire boundary alone is 900 million, and the auxiliary boundary is made up of 49 basic boundaries. Each basic boundary has 500 million boundaries, which correspond to the main fire boundary. 2 by 2 intersects, 3 by 3 intersects, 7 by 7 changes, and 9 by 9 mysteries. It can give rise to countless auxiliary effects. Therefore, although the materials seem chaotic, they are actually all controlled by the boundary, and the boundary is controlled by my soul force. Lin Ling's voice floated out. The volcanoes in the barrier began to fuse together. In the next moment, a large black sword flew out. The new tyrannical song sword had been created. Terrifying shockwaves swept out along with the great sword. However, after Lin Ling created a few barriers, that powerful aura was restrained. It's at least a grade 9 artifact. The old man's pupils trembled fiercely when he saw this. At this moment, a loud boom rang out. The flames within the barrier formed a huge explosion that destroyed everything. Moreover, the entire cave collapsed. Queen Xianxia and the others were protected by divine light, which blocked the falling rocks. However, they were all stunned because this seemed to be a cauldron explosion. Although they didn't know anything about alchemy, they knew what a cauldron explosion meant. Could it be that Lin Ling had failed at the crucial moment? You managed to refine your own sword, but you failed to refine my pill. Xianxia Queen couldn't help but shout. Her sacred body and demon heart had been destroyed. My condolences. Alchemy, especially divine pills, doesn't have a 100% success rate. Luo Riyao smiled wryly and comforted him. I know, but... Xianxia Queen almost cried. Although she knew that the pill couldn't have a 100% success rate, how could she not feel sad when her sacred body and demon heart were destroyed? One had to know that the treasure was something that could move countless old monsters. Pa! However, at this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. Lin Ling walked out from the rubble and said indifferently, "You call yourself a queen? Can you do that? That's a sacred body demon heart, not something else." Lin Ling's arrogant attitude and his nonchalant attitude made Queen Xianxia roar in anger. Tears welled up in her eyes. She couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling, catch. However, Lin Ling waved his hand, and a jade-like heart flew toward Thousand Fate Queen. Sacred Body Magic Heart Pill. It can help you reach the level of Divine Body. As the elixir floated out, a mysterious melody rang out. It was as if a heart was beating. Even Luo Riyao and the others' hearts were beating along with the melody. This pill was extraordinary. Just by feeling, they knew that the medicinal pill seemed to have succeeded. Queen Xianxia was stunned. She quickly caught the elixir, and her enchanting face was filled with excitement. When the enchantment barrier broke, it wasn't because the cauldron was broken. It was because the energy required to form the pill was much more than before. Therefore, I used the energy of 500 million fire enchantments and 49 basic enchantments to maintain the pill until it was formed. At the moment when the pill was formed, I used 50 million fire enchantments to seal the pill. That's why the enchantment barrier broke. Lin Ling said calmly. In the shattered cave, there was a deathly silence. Soon, cries of surprise could be heard everywhere. Damn! You call this a simple refinement? Just kill me. This is simple. What if it's complicated? Don't tell me you're going to refine the entire universe. Lin Ling, thank you. Hee hee. My sacred body magic heart pill. Lin Ling looked at the three of them and smiled faintly. He had returned the favor to Queen Xianxia. Then, he saw Queen Xianxia swallowing the elixir. He frowned and said, I forgot to tell you. After you swallow the elixir, you must take some supplementary elixirs every month. Otherwise, as time passes, the effect of the sacred body magic heart pill will disappear. Humph. What does that mean? Humph. Queen Xianxia raised her head and stared at Lin Ling. It means that you will have to follow me for at least a year, and I will make elixirs for you every month. Lin Ling said in a deep voice. I'm the queen. Why should I follow you? I can't wait to kill you. Humph. That's none of my business. Humph. Lin Ling, no wonder you're so kind as to make elixirs for me. You're doing it for me. Humph. That's right. I need a bodyguard. Humph. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Queen Xianxia clenched her teeth in anger. This damn brat. On the other hand, Luo Riyao and the others smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Lin Ling had a good plan to get a bodyguard for free for a year. Fine, fine, fine. I agree. But let me remind you. Be careful when you sleep. You might die if you're not careful. Humph. For the sake of the future, for the sake of becoming stronger, Queen Xianji endured it for the time being. However, Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Luo Riyao and the others looked at each other. They felt that Lin Ling was very mysterious. Although Lin Ling's current strength was not as strong as theirs, Lin Ling's potential was very strong. On top of that, he had a godlike mastery of spirit formation. They could not miss out on a junior like him. Lin Ling, are you interested in joining our Fu Xing manor? Luo Riyao pondered for a moment and asked, for a genius like you, there are bound to be many forces in the 9 prefectures who would like to recruit you. For example, the Heavenly Court. However, the Heavenly Court and our Fu Xing manor had a fierce conflict in the 9 prefectures. We're already enemies. So, if you join the Heavenly Court, you might become our enemy. Furthermore, you're now a wanted criminal of the Flying Dragon organization. If you join our Fu Xing manor, we can guarantee your safety. Clearly, Luo Riyao was offering an olive branch to Lin Ling. The Heavenly Court and Fu Xing manor are going against each other. Hearing that, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. These 2 forces were spread all over the 9 prefectures. The conflict between them must be very intense. Unfortunately, his current strength was still too weak, and he couldn't join that kind of battlefield. Otherwise, he'd like to meet the experts of the Heavenly Court. Alright, I'll join the Fu Xing manor. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling nodded. That's great. Luo Riyao and Luo Riyao were overjoyed. They didn't expect Lin Ling to agree so readily. They had high hopes for Lin Ling. Luo Riyao couldn't help but laugh excitedly. Your current cultivation is still too low. When you become stronger, I'll bring you to the Fu Xing manor. Moreover, you're now one of us. Every month, you'll receive 50,000 divine crystals. You can also borrow 10 million divine crystals from the Fu Xing manor. Moreover, we have people in the Qing province's Great Azure Divine Dynasty. If you meet them, they'll help you. Being a member of the Fu Xing manor, the benefits were very good. Lin Ling nodded with satisfaction. He even remembered that in his previous life, Li Xiaoyao had left behind a large sum of money in the Fu Xing manor. If there was a chance, he would take it back. As for the Flying Dragon organization, the Fu Xing manor will do their best to help you. Of course, if you're confident, you can also become an assassin in the Flying Dragon organization. This way, the mission to kill you will also end. The old man in green reminded. The Flying Dragon organization was an intermediary assassin organization. Anyone could join, but they must have the corresponding strength. Chapter 2440. Goodbye, Sun Yaoyang. After a few more words, Sunset Brilliance and the others left. Queen Xianji looked at Lin Ling angrily and turned into a pink spider, disappearing into Lin Ling's sleeve. She wanted to improve her talent, so she entered a state of cultivation. Sensing this, Lin Ling smiled and left the cave. He understood why Sunset Brilliance and the others wanted to recruit him. First, it was because of his talent. Second, it was because Sunset Brilliance wanted to enter the 8 gods' heavenly palace next time, so he had a favor to ask of him. However, Luo Riyao had helped him before, so Lin Ling didn't mind it too much. After completing the mission, I have become the last generation disciple. However, my strength can be ranked at the top of the 3rd generation disciples. Soon, Lin Ling was strolling in the chaos of the universe. He didn't expect that the mission of the last generation disciple would come to such an end after so many twists and turns. However, he had to return to the academy immediately. Otherwise, the academy would think that he was dead. Moreover, there was still his city square and the 3rd generation disciple, the 36 world kings. It was time to settle their grudges with him. Not long after, Lin Ling arrived at the rising sun boundary. At this moment, because of Lin Ling's battle, this boundary was divided into 2. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then walked towards the rising sun boundary. Those experts are too abnormal. Just by moving their feet, the sun-rising world is in turmoil. Fortunately, these experts have all left. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll have to leave our home. No matter what, it's good that those experts left. However, I don't know what happened to Senior Lin Ling. Alas, with so many experts here, I'm afraid his fate will be, don't talk nonsense. On the vast land of the rising sun boundary, the Sun family's army appeared in the former imperial city. At this moment, everyone spoke. However, when they mentioned Lin Ling, their faces darkened. Good people have good luck. Senior Lin Ling is definitely not dead. Don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The second Prince Sun Yaoyang's face sank. He glared at the army, but in reality, he didn't have much confidence. Hearing that, everyone sighed inwardly. Sun Yaoyang, how have you been? But at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded, causing everyone's eyes to focus. When they turned their heads to look, they suddenly saw a young man in a blue and white robe appear, smiling at them. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? Lin Ling, you're still alive? Sun Yaoyang was pleasantly surprised. The previous battle was so fierce, yet Lin Ling was still alive. This was a miracle. Hearing this, Lin Ling was stunned. At this time, Sun Yaoyang said, let's go quickly. Although the assassins of the rising sun boundary seem to have left, for safety's sake, we should leave the rising sun boundary immediately. That's right. Senior Lin Ling, you should leave quickly. The strength of those experts is extremely terrifying. In the battle, the sun-rising world was split into two. If they know that you are still alive, it will not be good. The others also let out anxious voices. Lin Ling had met them by chance, but he was willing to fight for them, the weak. Therefore, they were very grateful to Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling had said before that he would avenge Princess Sun Yener, in reality, they didn't have any illusions. No one is allowed to spread the news that Lin Ling is still alive. If anyone does, then 9 generations of your family will be killed. Sun Yaoyang said to the army. There were too many people, so he had to be careful. The mighty army nodded. Naturally, they wouldn't betray Lin Ling. Many people wanted to speak, but Lin Ling's next sentence silenced the army. I'm sorry, this boundary was cut by my battle with Long Patian. When these words came out, everyone stared at the young man as if they were looking at a god. In reality, they called Lin Ling senior because Lin Ling's strength was stronger than theirs. However, many people here felt that he was older than Lin Ling. And now, this young man who was much younger than them had actually cut the sun-rising world in half. It was said that the fierce battle that day had caused an uproar in the nearby area. In everyone's eyes, this was a battle between peerless powerhouses. And now, this peerless powerhouse had appeared in front of their eyes? Moreover, the 18 assassins were completely annihilated. Lin Ling said again. Silence. A deathly silence. Then, the sound of people sucking in a cold breath rose and fell. No one would have thought that Lin Ling had wiped out all the assassins with his own strength. It had to be known that those assassins were the first to come to the sun-rising world. Their strength was unfathomable, and any one of them was much stronger than the Flaming Lip World King. And Lin Ling had dealt with them all by himself? This was simply like a dream. It seems that we were worried for you for nothing. Sun Yaoyang's heart rumbled as he finally smiled bitterly. If Lin Ling had such strength, why did he need to run? If those assassins saw him, they would probably run. It seemed that he had worried for nothing. I came here to send Sun Yener off on her last journey. I also want to tell her that the murderers who killed her have all been eliminated. Lin Ling smiled carelessly, then looked at Sun Yaoyang and said. Sun Yaoyang stared at Lin Ling, his heart moved. Finally, he knelt down with a thud. He had already guessed that his sister had called Lin Ling master, so Lin Ling had stood up for his sister. But because of one sentence, Lin Ling dared to fight against the heavens. His sister had found a good master. A man's wealth is his own ruin. Because your sun-rising world had a sacred body demon heart, it attracted the attention of powerhouses. But now, the sacred body demon heart has disappeared, and the sun-rising world will return to peace. I don't need to worry about this place anymore. Goodbye. Lin Ling took a deep look at the crowd, then turned around and left. Thank you. Sun Yaoyang looked at Lin Ling and finally kowtowed heavily. The army behind him did the same. They looked at the handsome young man and knelt down, not saying a word for a long time. Lin Ling did not see this scene. He soon appeared in the Huanyu chaotic world. The reason why he went to the sun-rising world was to settle some matters in his heart. At this moment, Queen Xianji's voice came from his body. I didn't expect you to be so kind. You did such a crazy thing for a stranger. Long Padian died an unjust death. Even if it wasn't for Sun Yener, Long Padian still had to die. Lin Ling said calmly, but his words were mixed with cold killing intent. At this moment, a stream of light came from the front. Then, a man in a red robe looked at Lin Ling calmly. This person's strength was unfathomable. He said, Qingzhou. This person came without warning. Even Lin Ling did not notice him. This meant that this person was extremely powerful. That's right. Yes. However, Lin Ling had Queen Xianji with him, so he was not afraid. You're very strong. Little guy, I look forward to seeing you in Crimson Province. Yes. Chapter 2441. Meeting the killer again. Obviously, he had received an order to restore the rising sun boundary. He only spoke to Lin Ling out of curiosity. Very strong. Queen Xianji, do you have the confidence to fight him? Yes. Lin Ling knew that he had met a powerhouse from the Crimson Prefecture. 50-50. After all, his realm is one realm higher than mine. Queen Xianji said. Do you believe that if I reach the true immortal realm, I can defeat him with my full strength? Lin Ling smiled. Queen Xianji's heart trembled. Lin Ling was very confident. After all, the true immortal realm was a big step. Not every world king powerhouse could guarantee that they would reach the true immortal realm. Lin Ling didn't seem to care about the bottleneck of the true immortal realm. Queen Xianji didn't say anything. I was just kidding. You really believed it? Lin Ling laughed and strode away. Queen Xianji was stunned. She was so angry that she kept waving her spider legs. She couldn't wait to kill this arrogant brat. As for the red-robed man, he looked at Lin Ling's back. He was very puzzled. After all, it was rare for a World King Jr. to be so calm in front of him. Lin Ling continued on his way. He wanted to go back to his hometown, but when he thought of the market square, he decided to go back to the Azure Prefecture. That was because the marketplace had encountered a lot of trouble. Of course, before he went back, he also went to the martial gods' camp and brought the 3 martial gods out. The marshal of the martial gods' camp smiled at Lin Ling. He didn't say anything. He seemed to know that Lin Ling had experienced a lot. However, a true powerhouse could only reach the end by going through hardships. It had to be said that Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the marshal's position. The 4 of them hurried on and arrived at the Green State without stopping. This was the first time that Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the Dark Dragon Emperor had been here, and they couldn't help but gasp in awe. And after they entered the city, the expressions of Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others were immediately seen by many martial artists. Instantly, they all laughed in disdain. Every person who came to the city for the first time would have such an expression. Since this is your first time in this city, you must have been shocked by the grandeur of this city. However, Qing province is vast and many places are forbidden. If you barge in recklessly, you will die. I have a map here that is very suitable for newcomers like you. An old man walked out from the crowd with a smile on his face. He was leaning on a walking stick and had a benevolent look on his face. He gave off a very good feeling. Really? Thank you, Senior. Sword Immortal Tsang Heaven and the others were surprised at first, but they were soon overjoyed. The surrounding people were all envious. They seemed to recognize that old man, that is Elder Song Zhong from the southern border. He is the kindest person. These newbies are really lucky. In Qing province, the weak were prey to the strong. Everyone only cared about themselves. It was rare to see someone taking pleasure in helping others. Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others immediately walked forward respectfully. But at this moment, Lin Ling smiled and said, "Let me do it." After saying that, he took a big step forward and blocked Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others behind him. Then, he came in front of the old man. "All right, let this young friend take the map. My map covers the entire Qing province. It will definitely be beneficial to you." The old man smiled benevolently and handed over a map. Lin Ling smiled faintly and took it easily. However, he didn't open the map. This stunned the old man and he asked, "Why don't you open the map and take a look? If there is anything you don't understand, I can explain it to you face to face." All of a sudden, I have no interest in opening the map. However, Lin Ling still smiled and his words stunned the old man again. According to human nature, if the old man took the initiative to help, Lin Ling would definitely open the map and listen to the old man's instructions. But who knew that Lin Ling wouldn't open the map? The surrounding people were also puzzled. But soon, someone said coldly, "What an ignorant junior. I told you that Elder Song Zhong helped the wrong person." They were obviously unhappy with Lin Ling's impoliteness. The old man smiled awkwardly and looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Since the surrounding people had said so, Lin Ling should open the map. Otherwise, he would be too unreasonable. However, Lin Ling still didn't move. He looked deeply at the old man and finally said, "Senior, how long are you going to keep up this act?" "Young friend, what do you mean?" Hearing that, the old man's eyes flickered, but he still forced a smile. "In fact, I was also giving you a chance. It's a pity that you missed it. If I had attacked, you would have left your old life here." Lin Ling was still smiling, but his smile turned cold. The old man's face changed and he didn't know what to say for a moment. The surrounding people immediately scolded, thinking that Lin Ling didn't know how to respect his elders. The old man kindly gave him the map, but his attitude was so fierce. Even Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others were surprised. In their impression, their master wasn't so cold and heartless. "Young friend, I really don't understand what you mean." The old man finally spoke. "You still have 3 breaths of time." However, Lin Ling said calmly. The old man's eyes flickered and he said again, "Young friend, is there some misunderstanding between us? I kindly gave you instructions, but you treat me with such an attitude. Don't you think that you are too arrogant?" His words were filled with anger, but the moment he finished speaking, his eyes changed and became cold. A dagger appeared in his hand. With a flash of cold light, the dagger stabbed towards Lin Ling. This movement didn't have any fluctuations of world essence, it looked very ordinary. But, only a powerhouse would know that this dagger suppressed the strength of a 6th-level world king. It was extremely terrifying. This was an assassin. Moreover, when he attacked, he didn't cause any fluctuations of world essence. He was extremely fierce. However, Lin Ling had already sensed this. He quickly waved his right hand and the Tyrant Song sword blocked in front of him. The pitch-black sword collided with the dagger, causing a shockwave to erupt. "Master!" Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others cried out in alarm. The surrounding people's complexions also changed. Just what was happening? Impossible. My black pool fish intestine sword can kill any 6th-level world king, how can you block it? From the tumbling shockwaves, a cry of alarm sounded out. It was the old man's voice. Then, the crowd saw Lin Ling's ancient sword block in front of him, blocking the raging killing intent. Your information is wrong. The current me is not just a 6th-level world king. At the same time, Lin Ling coldly said. How did you know I was coming to kill you? The old man looked up, his face full of horror. Yes, he was an assassin. But, he wasn't an assassin from the Flying Dragon organization, but came from some other great influence. He originally wanted to look for Lin Ling, but by a stroke of lucky chance, he encountered Lin Ling here. Thus, he used the excuse of helping Lin Ling to approach Lin Ling, wanting to deal a fatal blow. Moreover, his original plan was to kidnap Sword Immortal Firmament and the others. Chapter 2442. The shopkeeper was deceiving the customer. A person's eyes are the window to their soul. They cannot deceive others, much less someone who has just survived the clutches of the Flying Dragon organization. Second, I don't believe there is such a kind existence in this world, at least not in Blue Province. Third, your map has exposed you. This is not a map but a treasure called the Blazing Light Smoke Net Spirit Map. Once I open the map, the smoke net will cover me and I will lose all senses. Then, you can easily kill me. Lin Ling lightly said. Bang! As these words fell, the old man's heart thundered. He never imagined that this junior Lin Ling would be so terrifying and experienced. In truth, he thought that killing Lin Ling would be easy. Unfortunately, all of his plans had been seen through by Lin Ling. Die! Lin Ling raised his sword and coldly said. Hold on, don't you want to know who wants to kill you? If I tell you, you have to let me go. The old man panicked. Not long ago, Lin Ling fought with the 36 world kings and didn't win. Thus, he guessed that Lin Ling's strength was at the 6th stage of the world king realm, but this information was wrong. The current Lin Ling could already fight with a 7th stage world king. Thus, he was a bit afraid. In truth, what he didn't know was that Lin Ling was already invincible in the 7th stage of the world king realm. Unfortunately, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling decisively slashed out with his sword. Plop! A sword mark appeared on the old man's neck and he powerlessly fell to the ground. I don't need you to tell me. I know who wants to kill me. If it isn't my commandery, then it is Grand Court Commandery. Lin Ling put away his sword and walked past him. The old man's eyes widened. Finally, his vitality dissipated and he died with his eyes wide open. Let's go. Lin Ling waved at Sword Immortal Firmament and the others before walking towards Radiant Academy. Master, you're too fierce. We were almost fooled. Ancient martial god Jianghu and the others said with lingering fear. They were overlords in the Rainforest Holy Land, but in martial god world, they were far too inexperienced. Who is this young man? He's so strong. He actually saw through the assassin's plot. We were all kept in the dark before. He seems to be a genius from the Resplendent Academy. After Lin Ling left, the rogue cultivators on the street all started discussing animatedly. Lin Ling's face was ice cold. He knew who wanted to kill him the most, and he also knew who the mastermind was. It should be the last generation disciple candidate named Luo Lu and Great God Qian. Now that he had returned, he would settle both old and new grudges. At this moment, the market outside the Resplendent Academy was still bustling with noise. This street was connected to the first ring of the Azure Province, so many rogue cultivators came here. As for the Rainforest Market, it was quite famous in the area. It was not because the market was doing well, but because it was targeted by all the nearby markets. It was only a matter of time before it went bankrupt. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that there were a few people with powerful backgrounds in the market would have already been trampled to pieces. The few people with powerful backgrounds were Tang Yue, Gong Yangjiang, and the others from the square commandery. At this moment, there were very few people in the rainforest market. Scattered customers were choosing treasures. Among them, a young man who had just become a candidate shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I'm not going to refine the spirit cleansing elixir." The spirit cleansing elixir was a reward for every candidate. However, the rainforest market was unique in that it could increase the effect of the elixir by 30%. Don't underestimate 30%. Often, when a warrior made a breakthrough, they relied on this 30%. Therefore, although there was little business in the market, there were still customers. This was also why the nearby markets were jealous. "You're not going to refine it?" In the market, Xianxia raised his good-looking face and frowned. "I'm not going to refine it. I don't have that much money. I only have 30,000 divine gems." The young man was a newcomer. He was a little timid, but he still gritted his teeth and said, 30,000? We need 100,000 divine gems to refine the spirit cleansing elixir. You only have 30,000? Tang Yue walked over from the side and couldn't help but say, "Then do you know how many materials we need to refine the spirit cleansing elixir again? Now that you're not going to refine it, all the materials we used before will be wasted." After saying that, she looked at the sweaty Xianxia and couldn't help but feel heartache. In order to improve the market's business, Xianxia had put in a lot of effort during this period of time. Now, he had lost a lot of weight. Now, Xianxia was expending energy to help the young man refine the elixir, but the other party said that he wasn't going to refine it. It was as if it had nothing to do with him. "I'm a newcomer. I really don't understand these things. However, don't think of bullying me. Since I haven't refined the spirit cleansing elixir, I definitely won't give you 100,000 divine gems. Anyway, I'm not going to refine it." The young man's face was a little red. He seemed a little shy in front of the two beauties, but he snatched the spirit cleansing elixir from Xianxia hand and immediately turned to leave. "Stop!" Tang Yue couldn't help but shout. Was that young man still a man? He asked the two women to work for him, but at the crucial moment, he ran away timidly and even looked like a victim. It was extremely infuriating. "Don't tell me you want to bully the newcomer?" The young man didn't even look back. He wanted to leave the market immediately. Tang Yue, Gong Yangjiang, and Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword immediately chased after him. After all, they had wasted 100,000 divine gems. If everyone was like that young man, how could they continue to do business? They could only lose money. When the young man saw Tang Yue and the others chasing after him, he quickened his pace and became extremely flustered. At this moment, it seemed that some people had noticed what was happening in the Yulin market, so many people were watching the show. People from the nearby markets also appeared. There were people from Tating Commandery, Weiwa Commandery, and so on. Two of them seemed to want to uphold justice and stood in front of the young man. These two people were Luo Lu and Great God Qian. Luo Lu said to the young man indifferently, "It's fine. The eyes of the masses are bright. This market wants to cheat you and ruin the reputation of this street. We won't allow it." Thank you, senior brother." The young man was instantly ecstatic and stopped in his tracks. Tang Yue and the others also walked over. When they saw this scene, they were so angry that their faces turned pale. Xianxia immediately said, "Business is business. Both sides are willing. Our business has paid 100,000 divine gems worth of materials, but the customer said that he doesn't want to do business and then ran away. This violates the principles of doing business, so we are looking for the customer to settle the account. How can we talk about cheating and ruining the reputation of this street? Nonsense. If I had the spirit cleansing elixir, I would have paid the 100,000 divine gems. But I didn't, so why should I pay?" Chapter 24:43. So what if I slapped your face? Everyone, come and be the judge. After saying that, the young man shouted at the street, his face filled with grief and indignation. That bastard! Tang Yue and the rest couldn't help but curse. The youth before seemed to be very timid, but now the youth was taking advantage of the situation to bully others, which made them even more unhappy. Most importantly, the young man had an innocent look on his face throughout the entire process. He was actually trying to gain sympathy. The Yulin market is too shameless. Although this city square has some ability and can refine the spirit cleansing pill, it's still better to have some morals. Trash, close the market. Many people snorted coldly and pointed at Xian Yuangu, as they cursed angrily. As for Luo Lu and the others, they sneered in their hearts. In reality, they had wanted to destroy the rainforest market since a long time ago. Who knew that they would just happen to encounter an opportunity, so they might as well use this opportunity to eliminate the rainforest market. Voices rang out one after another, making Tang Yue and the others speechless. It's really lively. A good street has its reputation ruined by a rat. How can this business continue? However, at that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. The voice was very loud, and it caused the entire street to become silent. Then, the crowd began to move. It seemed that someone was coming from behind. What are you doing? Even if you want to watch, don't push me. Some people sensed that someone wanted to come out from behind them, and they immediately cursed. Get lost. However, the person who was trying to join in on the fun clearly had a bad temper. He actually kicked away the person who blocked his way. Bang bang bang. Those who were in the middle of the road were all kicked 100 meters away. Subsequently, several figures appeared before everyone's eyes. The person in the lead was Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Seeing this, Xian Yuangu, and the others laughed. Their Yulin market's shopkeeper had finally returned. As for Luo Lu and the others, their expressions changed drastically. Lin Ling was still alive? The Flying Dragon Organization's assassins were dispatched. Could it be that Lin Ling still managed to escape? For a moment, their hearts were filled with doubts. No matter how they thought about it, they could not understand how Lin Ling could return alive. At this moment, Lin Ling coldly stared at Luo Lu and the others. Step by step, he walked towards them. In reality, his eyes were not only cold, they were filled with anger. Sure enough, during his absence, the Yulin market had suffered quite a bit of trouble. He looked at the exhausted Xian Yuangu, and suddenly felt a little guilty. He was not a competent shopkeeper. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Ling said to Xian Yuangu, Xian Yuangu, smiled and shook her head. Because of Lin Ling's words, she felt that everything was worth it. Let's not talk about this first. That guy is too shameless. Tang Yue quickly told him what had happened, causing the anger in the depths of Lin Ling's eyes to grow stronger and stronger. Especially when he saw Xian Yuangu's somewhat haggard face, the anger in his heart immediately erupted like a volcano. He was very sure that Xian Yuangu had used 120% of her spirit to refine those god-cleansing pills for the sake of the market square's business. However, the other party did not care about the effort she had put in. With a single word, they did not refine the pills and left. This was too much. It's you, right? Lin Ling's gaze shifted and landed on the young man, causing the young man's entire body to tremble. However, when he thought about the people around him and Luo Li's support, he immediately braced himself and said, "That's right, it's me, but in business, isn't the customer supposed to pay after receiving the goods? At least, I haven't received any refined god-cleansing pills yet, so I have the right not to pay." Lin Ling, do you want to use your senior brother's identity to bully your junior brother? We can't let you be so arrogant and tyrannical and do whatever you want. Great God Qian also let out a contemptuous voice in support of the young man. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded and walked over step by step, causing the young man to panic. When Lin Ling arrived in front of him, he did not dare to raise his head to look at Lin Ling. How arrogant! Luo Lu and great god Qian cursed inwardly, but they were not in a hurry. After all, the entire street was looking at Lin Ling. They did not believe that Lin Ling would dare to do anything insolent. Raise your head and look at me. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice was filled with majesty. I. The young man's body immediately trembled and he did not dare to raise his head. Raise your head. However, Lin Ling's voice became even colder. So be it. I'm not afraid of you. I don't believe that a senior brother like you would dare to bully a junior brother like me. The young man immediately threw caution to the wind. Although he was timid, he could not accept being bullied by Lin Ling like this. The moment he raised his head, he finally saw Lin Ling's eyes. It was a pair of eyes that seemed to have walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He had seen countless blood and corpses. This made his heart tremble and panic even more. Slap. However, at this moment, Lin Ling raised his hand and slapped out. The crisp sound of the slap rang out, shocking the entire street. No one had expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant and domineering as to slap someone in the face. You slapped my face? The young man rubbed his cheek, his eyes red. He cursed in an extremely aggrieved manner. Don't think that just because you're a senior brother that you can bully people as you wish. This is a fair trade. If I don't buy, do you think you can hit me? Everyone, please be the judge. Slap. He was also angry from the humiliation. At this moment, he did not seem to fear Lin Ling. Immediately, many voices of justice rang out. Indeed, this was a fair trade. If the customer did not sell, could the merchant force others to buy? Unfortunately, Lin Ling was not afraid of those voices at all. He did not care about the reputation of the market. What he cared about was the grievances that Xianyuan had suffered. You bunch of trash, shut up. Yes. He shouted angrily, shocking the street into a deathly silence. The crowd's eyes were red. They did not expect Lin Ling to scold everyone with a single sentence. Fair trade? Good, good, good. I like honest people. You said fair trade, right? Yes. Then, Lin Ling ignored the angry crowd. He shouted behind him, Tang Yue, bring the cold light still water. Yes. Okay. Yes. Tang Yue immediately did as she was told. She took out a small bottle and opened it. Rays of cold light immediately emitted from the bottle. You see this water, right? When I refined the spirit cleansing pill for you, did I use this water? Lin Ling looked at the young man and asked. I used it, so what? Yes. The young man frowned. He did not understand Lin Ling's meaning, but he still nodded. The cold light still water is used to cleanse pills. It will definitely be used at the beginning. Next, bring out the 7 planets blue flower. Yes. Lin Ling immediately revealed a cold smile. The young man was puzzled, but he still nodded. She used this flower too. Yes. Bring out the 7 extinction spirit Su. Yes. This is useful too. Yes. Lin Ling kept taking out materials. He only stopped when the young man finally shook his head. Your current spirit cleansing pill has not been successfully refined. You only used more than 20 materials. There is still a distance from 49 materials. Lin Ling said. That's why I said, if this spirit cleansing pill has not been successfully refined, where did you get the confidence to take the money? The young man was delighted. He seemed to think that Lin Ling was in the wrong. Chapter 2444. Not only did he slap the face, he even dared to kill. Slap. The loud slap caused the young man's face to burn with pain. His eyes widened as he did not understand why Lin Ling had slapped him again. Cold light still water is worth 20,000 divine crystals. Although the pill was not successfully refined, you use this treasure. Slap. Lin Ling ignored the young man's anger and slapped him again. Slap. Along with the slap, Lin Ling's voice sounded again. 7 luminaries blue flower is worth 10,000 divine crystals. You used it too. Slap. Slap. The slapping continued. 7 extinction spirit Su is worth 5,000 divine crystals. You used it too. Slap. 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 Every time he took out one of the used materials, Lin Ling would slap it hard. The young man thought that since the pill was not successfully refined, there was no need to pay. However, he did not know how expensive the materials needed to refine the pill were. All the materials added together are worth 70,000 divine crystals. Pay up. Pay up. In the end, Lin Ling roared. The young man's face instantly turned pale. He did not expect that he would spend so many divine crystals just because he did not want to refine the pill. Luo Lu and the others gritted their teeth. It was difficult for them to uphold justice because they did not know that refining the spirit cleansing pill would cost so many divine crystals. As for the people on the street, they were speechless. It was a fair trade. Money for goods. However, the seller had already paid so much. If the buyer suddenly stopped the transaction, the buyer would definitely have to pay the corresponding amount of divine crystals. Lin Ling, even so, you should not hit people. Luo Lu immediately said when he saw that the young man was speechless. Hearing this, Lin Ling ignored him. Instead, he looked at the young man and said, "Then, can you afford it now? I only have 30,000. The young man gritted his teeth and said with great grievance. He was full of resentment towards Lin Ling. Huh, you only have 30,000 and you want to refine a spirit cleansing pill worth 100,000? Then you stop the transaction and find these people to uphold justice? Are you messing with me? Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold sneer. He pulled out his sword with his right hand and ruthlessly slashed down, splitting the young man into two. The young man's eyes widened. He never thought that Lin Ling would dare to kill him. You didn't pay for the transaction and even ran away, violating the rules of the market. Therefore, not only did I dare to beat you up, I even dared to kill you. After killing the youth, Lin Ling waved the bloodstains on the tyrannical song sword. Upon seeing this, the entire street was in an uproar. Tang Yue and the others immediately felt their blood boil. As expected of the shopkeeper of the Yulin market. As for Luo Lu and the others, their expressions changed greatly. They never thought that Lin Ling would be so crazy to this extent. However, when they wanted to uphold justice, they suddenly remembered that the market square did indeed have rules. If a customer reneged on a debt and refused to listen to advice, then the market square did indeed have the right to kill them. After all, there were many loose cultivators on this street. If some loose cultivators forcefully snatched things and then ran away, then who could the market square find to reason with? That was why there was such a rule. Others just don't know the rules. You don't even give them a chance and kill them just like that. Your market square is too tyrannical. However, Luo Lu and the others didn't dare to speak. Instead, a voice suddenly sounded. At this moment, the crowd parted and an old man walked over with several people. The old man's face was full of wrinkles and his back was propped up. He gave off the feeling that he was extremely old. His gaze was cold as he stared at Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he paid attention to the people beside the old man. He recognized some of them. There was Senior Zhang Wen from the talent assessment, the clown and a Yuan, the moonlight swordsman, White Bird, and of course, the 36 realm kings. He never thought that these people would be gathered here. After that, Lin Ling's gaze landed on the old man. The old man was wearing an orange robe. He seemed to be an orange-robed boundary master. It seemed that this old man's identity wasn't small. How dare you? Why aren't you kneeling after seeing this old man? The old man stared at Lin Ling. His wrinkled face was dignified. He had received the invitation of the 36 realm kings and had personally come. After arriving, he saw such a scene. He didn't expect this Lin Ling to be so arrogant and kill people at will. However, he wanted to see how arrogant such a thorn was. Yo, Grandmaster Xia, what wind blew you here? At this moment, a smile also sounded. Ancestor Dragon Granny walked out from the crowd. She was the boundary master overseeing the rainforest. After learning that Lin Ling had returned, she had also rushed over. Grandmaster Dragon. The old man clearly recognized Ancestor Dragon Granny. He said in a sinister voice, I haven't seen you for many years. You've aged a lot. His words were obviously thorny. The street immediately fell silent. Only that old man had the guts to curse Ancestor Dragon Granny like this. This also meant that the old man's identity was definitely not small. In fact, his background was indeed not small. Not only was he an orange-robed boundary master, he was also the former first generation of the Resplendent Academy. Such a person could be said to be a person of virtue and prestige. In the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, he was also a person who could shake the Azure province with a single move. Aren't you the same? Could it be that you want to walk around before you die so that you can fulfill your wish? However, I see that you're so old that you can't walk anymore. It's better for you to lie down at home. Ancestor Dragon Granny immediately retorted. Xian Yuan Gu, and the others secretly laughed. They didn't expect Ancestor Dragon Granny's mouth to be so powerful. She didn't use any vulgarities when cursing, but every word was cursing people to death. Humph. The old man coldly snorted. However, there was a woman beside him. At this moment, she whispered a few words in his ear, and the old man's anger lessened quite a bit. Moreover, the woman was supporting him. Her chest was pressed against the old man's arm, and the old man's hand was also faintly touching that soft place. Don't worry, Ancestor Dragon Granny. Even if this old man is lying down, I will still watch you die. You don't have to worry about this. When his arm touched that soft place, the old man's mood became much better as he laughed. Hearing this, Ancestor Dragon Granny's complexion turned ugly. She was momentarily speechless. However, at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded out. Where did this old bastard come from? You're already so skinny, yet you're still so spirited. Be careful that you don't die on some woman's belly. This voice was undoubtedly like a bolt from the blue. Countless people looked over and discovered that the one who spoke was actually Lin Ling. No one thought that Lin Ling would dare to speak at this time. Moreover, he didn't use any vulgarities when cursing, but every word was like a gem. It had to be known that this was a former first talent of Resplendent Academy. Even the 36 world kings narrowed their eyes. Just as they were about to reprimand Lin Ling, the woman beside the old man coldly said, How bold. You actually dare to speak to Grandmaster Xia? Are you courting death? Ho ho, do you think I have the time to spare? That Grandmaster is about to fall into your groove. Such an old pervert will die sooner or later. Do you think I have the time to offend a dead man? Lin Ling coldly sneered. He knew that this old man had come to deliberately make things difficult for him, so he didn't give him any face at all. Moreover, his anger today wasn't small at all. As everyone heard this, they subconsciously looked towards the woman. Sure enough, they discovered that Grandmaster Xia's hand was still touching her twin peaks. This old ghost was truly perverted. Chapter 2445. Old lecher, it's too late to try and clear your name now. Unfortunately, just as she moved, Lin Ling's words attacked her once more. On the street, many people couldn't help but laugh. This Grandmaster Xia's luck with women wasn't bad, but that woman had given herself to an old man. It could be assumed that she wasn't too clean either. These gazes were filled with disdain and disdain. Without a doubt, this caused the woman to grit her teeth and stare at Lin Ling with a murderous intent. However, Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders indifferently. He knew that there would be trouble waiting for him, and he was looking forward to it. Lin Ling, your dog guts aren't small. At this time, an angry roar sounded out. The 36 World King pointed at Lin Ling and reprimanded, facing the second-generation senior apprentice Sister Lu of Resplendent Academy. When did it become your turn to be so rude? Last time, you escaped a calamity, but this time, it seems that I have no choice but to kill you. As his words fell, he bowed to the woman and said, Senior Apprentice Sister Lu, please allow this junior apprentice brother to eradicate this frivolous brat for you. No one thought that this woman's status would be so high. She was actually the second generation of Resplendent Academy. Lin Ling had already guessed this. This was because this woman was stronger than the 36 World Kings. In addition, she had managed to climb onto Grandmaster Xia's thick thigh, so her status was naturally not low. However, as he thought of the 36 World Kings trying to kill him for no reason, the anger in Lin Ling's heart grew even stronger. Originally, when he saw Xian Yuangu being bullied despite working so hard, Lin Ling's mood was already very bad. But now, it was like adding oil to the fire. As this thought rose, Lin Ling immediately sneered, 36 World King, what are you so excited about? Are you trying to wear someone else's old shoes? As these words fell, the crowd was stunned. They looked at the woman and then at the 36 World Kings. Suddenly, they seemed to understand something. It seemed that the 36 World Kings wanted to pursue this woman. Unfortunately, this woman currently belonged to Grandmaster Xia, so the 36 World Kings were indeed wearing someone else's old shoes. Lin Ling, don't talk nonsense. As the 30 World King sensed the gazes of the crowd, his face filled with anger and killing intent. Today, he had to kill Lin Ling no matter what. At this moment, it was as if he was wearing a dazzling green hat. What a stinky mouth. Lu Yanhong could no longer hold it in. If Ancestor Dragon Granny wasn't here, she would have killed Lin Ling. Ancestor Dragon Granny, is this your disciple? You really don't know how to appreciate favors. Naturally, Grandmaster Xia was also enraged. Suddenly, he took out a jade bottle and said, the rainforest market is not bad. Since you can open a market, your methods must be very good. Then, I have a wisp of spirit fox flame here. How about a pill battle? The winner will get this flame. Spiritual fox flame? Hearing this, many people cried out in alarm. Spirit fox flame was a divine beast that lived in the universe's chaos. It was extremely mysterious, and the substance exuded from its body was spirit fox flame. This was a 9th-grade mystic body that was of outstanding help to fire attribute martial artists and could increase their talent. Unfortunately, this divine beast was too fast, so very few people could capture it alive. Even if one traveled through the universe's chaos, they might not necessarily see one. And now, such a precious bestial flame was actually used as a wager? This Grandmaster Xia was quite forthright. Ancestor Dragon Granny, what do you think? Grandmaster Xia asked again. In his opinion, Lin Ling must be Ancestor Dragon Granny's disciple. Then, he saw Ancestor Dragon Granny frown. He laughed cruelly and said, if you don't dare, then hand over the market and let me take care of it. The market was a reward given to geniuses by the Academy. Even he didn't dare to touch it. However, the market was a delicious cake that he had long coveted. This was also his purpose in coming here today. He wanted to find an opportunity to force Lin Ling to hand over the market. This is too much. This market is a reward from the Academy. How can he take it back just because he says so? This is making things difficult for him. Hearing this, Xian Yuangu, and the others immediately shouted angrily. The other party had gone too far. The market is run by those who have the ability. If you don't, then it's better to obediently hand it over. That's right. This is for the sake of the majority of martial artists. Everyone, don't you think so? Luo Lu, Great God Qian, and the others immediately retorted. The crowd also voiced their opinions. From a neutral point of view, they naturally wanted the market's boundary master to have a higher standard. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if they bought a fake. Lin Ling, you'd better hand over the market. The 36 realm kings also gloated. Voices were heard, causing Grandmaster Xia's old face to smile like a chrysanthemum. Little friend, how about it? Do you dare to play with my disciple? His voice was low, but it carried a strong sense of ridicule and strength, forcing Lin Ling to obey. Ancestor Dragon Granny and the others immediately looked at Lin Ling and shook their heads. This time, the alchemy battle was between Lu Yanhong and Grandmaster Xia Ren's disciple. She had outstanding talent and was already half a step into the ranks of orange-robed boundary masters. Although Lin Ling had some ability, he had never gone through the boundary master assessment. He was definitely not Lu Yanhong's opponent. Therefore, they obviously didn't want Lin Ling to agree. Only Queen Qian Ji knew that Lin Ling's boundary skills were extremely high. Play? Hey, little girl, your master asked you to play with me. However, when everyone thought that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to agree, Lin Ling also spoke indifferently. His words were mixed with flirting. However, the anger in his heart grew stronger because he didn't expect that the other party's goal was the market. As soon as he spoke, the crowd was in an uproar. Play? Did Lin Ling think Lu Yanhong was a prostitute? Who's playing with you? Are you qualified? Lu Yanhong couldn't bear it anymore. Why are you so agitated? Do you think you're a virgin? What's more, you want me to play with you? I think it's dirty. Lin Ling replied lazily, looking like a hedonistic son of a rich family. Gong Yangjiang and the others immediately stared at Lin Ling in astonishment. In their impression, Lin Ling was calm and indifferent, as mysterious as the white clouds under the blue sky. This was the first time they saw Lin Ling show such an attitude. This meant that Lin Ling was extremely angry at this moment. Little friend, if you continue to talk nonsense, don't blame me for being ruthless. Of course, compared to Lin Ling's anger, Grandmaster Xia was even more furious. Old man, don't be agitated. Be careful that your blood doesn't rush to your head and you die. However, Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. His words were sarcastic. Then, he smiled and said, if you want to play, then play. How do you want to play? Refine the spirit cleansing pill and prove that you're qualified to open a market. If you lose, hand over the market. Grandmaster Xia said coldly. Then, he looked at Xian Yuangu and the others and said, of course, you have to hand over these maids as well. This old lecher was actually talking about Xian Yuangu, and the others. The anger in Lin Ling's eyes intensified. He smiled and said, what if I win? Will you hand over that bottle of beast fire? Every word of mine is worth 1,000 taels of gold. Grandmaster Xia nodded immediately. Lin Ling said disdainfully, I'm sorry, but I really don't know a lecher like you. Your words are worth nothing to me. Besides, who knows if you'll die halfway? After all, you're so old. If you die halfway, who can I find to reason with? It's better to find a notary. Anger. Grandmaster Xia's old face trembled. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. Chapter 2446. Pill battle, hee, how about we testify? But right at this moment, the crowd was split apart, and a few figures walked over slowly. The person in the lead wore a jade robe with golden threads, and his aura was extraordinary. He was around 40 years old, but the aura of an expert emanated from him from time to time. This was a person who could shake the world with a single move. He could be called a real divine king. There were a few people beside him, all of whom were powerful and had extraordinary auras. Lin Ling recognized one of the men in armor. It was the marshal of the martial gods battalion, Jianghu. He did not expect the marshal of the martial gods battalion to appear here. However, the martial gods battalion belonged to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, so it was not impossible for the marshal to appear in Qingzhou. Lin Ling, this is Lord 8th. He can testify. Don't worry. Jianghu's expression was calm as he suddenly transmitted his voice to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flickered when he heard that. He could also see that the middle-aged man's strength was extremely terrifying. Even if Li Xiaoyao was here, he would not dare to underestimate him. This was an expert who lived as long as heaven and earth. Lord 8th. Master Xia's expression also changed. The latter was from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, and he was not someone he could provoke. He quickly bowed, but Lord 8th smiled and waved his hand. I just happened to pass by here and came to watch the show. There's no need to bow. His every move was filled with the aura of a superior. Seeing that he had the support of an expert, what was Lin Ling afraid of? Then, he looked at Lu Yanhong and said, since it's a pill battle, let's add another condition. Lu Yanhong frowned. Condition? What condition do you want to add? Could it be? Previously, not only did Master Xia want to seize the market, but he also wanted to take Xian Yuan Gu, and the others away. Lin Ling was staring at her. Could it be that he wanted her after he won? You think too highly of yourself. I wouldn't want a filthy thing like you even if you gave it to me. Unfortunately, she obviously thought too much. Lin Ling said very impolitely, if you lose, you have to kneel down on the street, kowtow 3 times, hug Master Xia, and give him a kiss. How about it? This is the wager. Once this additional bet was made, everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Godfather? What a nice nickname. If Lu Yanhong called him that, then what position would she have in the Resplendent Academy? Everyone knew that this woman was able to rise to the top by selling something in exchange. You've gone too far. Lu Yanhong was stunned at first. She didn't understand what her godfather meant. When she realized what he meant, she was so angry that she ground her teeth. She realized that Lin Ling's mouth was very venomous, very venomous. With just a few words, all of these experts were fuming with rage. As for Lin Ling, he was only at the 4th level of the World King realm. They had already killed countless juniors like him. Lin Ling, you've gone too far. The 36 World Kings angrily shouted. But, Lin Ling quickly countered, what? Do you also want to call me Godfather? With these words, the 36 World Kings didn't dare to speak. After all, if he was also called Godfather, this meant that his relationship with Lu Yanhong was good. And, if Lu Yanhong was a fickle woman, then he would have been cuckolded. I've gone too far. Seeing the 36 World Kings not dare to speak, Lin Ling's eyes immediately turned to Lu Yanhong. His complexion turned icy cold. Excuse me, have I ever offended you? Or, did I know you? I know you can't say anything. First, I have never offended you. Second, I have never known you. But, when you and your master arrived, you immediately tried to seize my market square and humiliated my people. Now, you say I've gone too far? Lin Ling's voice carried with it a questioning tone, his momentum overbearing. Lu Yanhong couldn't refute him. Her complexion darkened. But, she was also an ambitious and ruthless woman. Her endurance was extremely strong. If you can win, then we'll talk. Can we begin now? It was clear that she wanted to settle accounts with him later. The 36 World Kings bluntly said, once the alchemy competition ends, my agreed battle with this Lin Ling will come. Senior apprentice Sister Lu, at that time, I will help you vent your anger. It was clear that he had to kill Lin Ling this time no matter what. As for Lord Eighth, he was all smiles. He sat down on the side of the street, appreciating this alchemy competition as if it had nothing to do with him. As for Marshal Red Jade Tiger, his eyes narrowed. He was actually a bit worried about this alchemy competition. The divine cleansing pill can increase one's strength by an entire boundary. It is the reward for the last generation candidates of the Radiant Academy. It is priceless. The goal of today's alchemy competition is to see who can refine the divine cleansing pill, and who can refine the better quality will be the winner. Grandmaster Xia coldly said. He didn't know why Lord Eighth had come here, but he guessed that he just happened to be passing by. After all, with just a 4th-level World King trash like Lin Ling, Lord Eighth wouldn't have come here for him. Moreover, each person will only have 3 chances. As his voice fell, the street was thrown into an uproar. Only now did they know that the standard of the alchemy competition was the divine cleansing pill. But, how could an ordinary person refine such a pill? They couldn't help but look at Lu Yanhong. They discovered that she had a proud smile on her face, as if she were determined to win. Then, they looked at Lin Ling and shook their heads. Lin Ling might be an enchantment master, but if he wanted to refine the Radiant Academy's pill, that was clearly impossible. Even Ancestor Dragon Granny worriedly looked at Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he felt her gaze and bitterly smiled. According to my current level, I only have a 20% chance. It looks like the city square will change owners. Serves him right. Who told him to be so arrogant before? Now he knows how to regret it. Let's wait for the city square to change owners. As Luo Lu and the others heard Lin Ling's words, they all began to laugh in schadenfreude. As for Ancestor Dragon Granny, she shook her head helplessly. She had lost all hope in her heart. In fact, she had always been confused about Lin Ling's spirit formation Dao. She didn't know what level Lin Ling was at. However, since I've already agreed, let's continue the competition. Lin Ling said as he waved his hand as if he didn't hear the laughter around him. As for the 20% chance he mentioned, the biggest reason was that his world essence wasn't large enough. After all, the world essence needed to refine the divine cleansing pill required at least the cultivation of a 9th-stage world king. 3 lotus? At that moment, the crowd exclaimed. Lu Yanhong took out a mysterious lotus flower. It was the 3 Dao lotus that was used in the assessment in the past. This ancient lotus could provide an endless supply of spiritual qi in the universe. In this way, when Lu Yanhong refined pills, she did not lack the realm essence that she needed. Everyone has 3 chances. Fortunately, I prepared enough materials. Lu Yanhong ignored the envious voices around her. With a wave of her hand, the materials needed for 3 chances floated out. It's actually 9 carapace roots. Ancestor Dragon Granny stared at one of the materials and couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 2447. There was no time or place. As for the spirit cleansing pill, it was divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. It was a divine pill. The Academy refined yellow-level divine pills, and Lu Yanhong had prepared so many this time that she could probably refine a profound-level divine pill. Not only could a profound-level divine pill increase one's strength by 1 realm, it could also increase one's talent by 1 grade. Then people saw that not only did Lu Yanhong have precious materials, even her pill furnace was an extremely rare treasure. At this moment, no one thought that Lu Yanhong would lose. They looked at Lin Ling again. At this moment, Lin Ling had a helpless expression because he didn't have the materials to refine pills. After all, if he had these precious materials, he would have already refined the spirit cleansing pill and sold it. Ancestor Long Granny also smiled bitterly and quickly took out a large amount of materials. Of course, compared to Lu Yanhong's materials, her materials were still lacking by a lot. Take the Jiao root for example, it only had 3 roots. The difference was extremely obvious. Even if it was successfully refined, it would at most be a yellow-level divine pill. Thank you, Ancestor Long Granny. Lin Ling knew that he couldn't compare to Lu Yanhong's wealth. He was already very grateful to Ancestor Long Granny for providing the materials. You probably don't have a pill furnace either. What a pity. If I knew that you were going to compete in alchemy, I would have brought those pill furnaces. Ancestor Long Granny felt guilty that she couldn't help Lin Ling. She immediately took out 2 pill furnaces. One of them was for her own use, and it was the extremely precious 9 Dragons Heaven-Devouring Furnace. Unfortunately, this pill furnace could only be used by true immortals, so Lin Ling could only watch helplessly. As for the second pill furnace, it was a broken furnace, and it was obviously suitable for Lin Ling. However, everyone could clearly see that there were cracks on the surface of the pill furnace carved with the shape of a beast. There was probably not much chance for it to refine pills. And divine pills were not like ordinary pills. They had to be refined with a pill furnace. Sigh, he said there was a 20% chance. I'm afraid there's only a 10% chance. In terms of cultivation, he's weaker than the others. In terms of mastery, he's clearly not a match for senior sister Lu, who has trained hard in the Resplendent Academy. Even the materials used in his cauldron are inferior to the others. I don't think he has a chance at all. The city square has changed owners. I pity those little beauties. Looks like Master Xia is going to take advantage of them. The crowd began to discuss animatedly. They were not optimistic about Lin Ling at all. The guilt in Ancestor Dragon's heart grew even stronger. She looked at Lin Ling and said, "Why don't you wait? I'll go back to the academy to find a better pill furnace." "There's no need. After the alchemy battle is over, I still have to settle old and new grudges. So, I'll just use this pill furnace." Lin Ling smiled as he shook his head. Moreover, his cold eyes were also looking at the 36 world kings and the others. Clearly, Lin Ling would not let them off today. Of course, although he had obtained a broken cauldron, Lin Ling didn't actually need a cauldron to refine pills. He could use the chaos of the universe as a cauldron. The reason he had taken that cauldron was mainly because he didn't want to shock the world. "Huh, you think you can do it? When I was refining pills, you were still drinking milk." Lu Yanhong stared at Lin Ling and couldn't help but mock him. At this point, she also believed that she would definitely win. Her words were filled with confidence, but it also affected Lin Ling's mentality. It made Lin Ling feel inferior and lose confidence. If an ordinary person saw such a big gap, they would definitely lose confidence. They would probably fail to refine even the most ordinary pills. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was not an ordinary person. At this moment, he was holding a book and reading it. It was the account book of the Yulin City Square during this period. He didn't even look at Lu Yanhong as he spoke in an indifferent voice. "I admit that when I was still drinking milk, you were already climbing into someone else's bed." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire street was stunned. Then, a burst of laughter rose and fell like whispers. Lin Ling was once again mocking Lu Yanhong for being fickle and selling her body in exchange for a lot of things. There was no doubt that Lu Yanhong's pretty face was livid. She snorted coldly and ignored Lin Ling. She realized that Lin Ling wasn't strong, but his mouth was formidable, and it surpassed everyone. What an arrogant junior. Even though he knows he can't win, his aura won't be inferior. Chi Yuhu, the person you found to take the Marshal's seal, has a good backbone. However, his strength seems to be very ordinary. Lord Eighth smiled faintly on the side of the street. Chi Yuhu smiled bitterly. "Lord Eighth, that little fellow is very arrogant. In our martial gods battalion, soldiers who don't want to be generals aren't good soldiers. However, that fellow doesn't even want to be generals." "Huh, interesting, really interesting." Lord Eighth smiled again as he stared at Lin Ling. His gaze also became deep and profound. He's starting to refine. At this moment, exclamations came from the street. Lu Yanhong made her move. Her talent wasn't weak. She had awakened her divine body, the wind thunder flower Gu flame. This was a flame born from the universal flower. It was said that this kind of flower was the most beautiful flower in the entire universe. Crackle, crackle. The colorful flames were like flowers, twining around the pill furnace. Lu Yanhong's black hair fluttered in the wind. Her white hands didn't move from time to time, and it was extremely attractive. The materials she needed for the first opportunity were all under her control. Good. So beautiful. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Although Lu Yanhong didn't have a good reputation, it was undeniable that she was indeed a beauty. Grandmaster Xia and 36 realm kings were also beaming as they looked at Lu Yanhong with appreciation. Lu Yanhong naturally sensed the thousands of gazes staring at her. At this moment, she was enjoying the attention. She had paid with her body and was secretly scolded, but she endured it. Everything was for this moment. Her vanity was greatly satisfied. She felt like she was a celestial maiden who was as pure as ice and as pure as jade. Moreover, her refining of the god-cleansing pill was becoming smoother and smoother. Gong Yangjiang, how do you remember this account? However, as everyone was admiring the beautiful scene, an angry shout was like cold water that extinguished all their enthusiasm. It was Lin Ling. He was holding the account book and pointing at Gong Yangjiang while cursing, as if the number of the market square was wrong. Boom! Almost at the same time, Lu Yanhong's pill furnace let out a muffled groan. It seemed that the pill had exploded. Seeing this, the entire street was as silent as death. Lin Ling. Lu Yanhong couldn't help but let out a sharp cry. At the critical moment, who knew that Lin Ling would suddenly shout like a bolt from the blue, directly interrupting her refining. In the end, the first batch of materials was wasted. She had a beautiful beginning before, like a celestial maiden, but unfortunately, there was no beautiful ending. What are you doing? I already said that I don't like dirty women like you. If you want to find someone, find the 36 realm kings. He's used to being cuckolded. However, Lu Yanhong's anger was exchanged with Lin Ling's lazy words. Lin Ling was still reading the book in his hand. His elegance undoubtedly made the people on the street smile bitterly. Chapter 2448. The flames never die. You know you can't win, so you're interfering with others? Lu Yanhong was too angry to refute, but Master Xia immediately scolded her. Oh! Old man, you're still alive? At this moment, Lin Ling clasped his hands together and closed the account book. He looked at Master Xia and said, as a boundary master, you shouldn't be distracted. If you can be affected by a single sentence from others, how can you be a boundary master? Old pervert, didn't you teach him this when you were by his bedside? His voice was like that of a teacher, as if he was the true boundary master. He was actually giving pointers to great Master Xia. Moreover, he kept saying that he was still alive. This kind of calm attitude once again made people secretly surprised. As for Master Xia, there was no doubt that he was almost angered to death. His breathing quickened as he constantly comforted himself that there was no need to be angry over a person who was about to die. At this moment, Lu Yanhong was indeed a powerful boundary master. She quickly adjusted her state of mind and continued refining for the second time. Of course, the second time was also very smooth. However, she was not satisfied with the pill she refined, so she directly wasted the pill. Next, she had one last chance. This time, she was fully focused. She wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. 3 chances, but Lin Ling only has 1. Xian Yuan Gu, and the others were unconvinced. Looking at Lin Ling again, he had also begun to work. He placed various ingredients into the pill furnace and began to refine them. However, when his flame appeared, the entire street shook. It was because everyone could feel that the flame pressure was extremely great. It seemed to be an awakened divine body. This little guy's talent is pretty good. Lord Eighth suddenly said with a faint smile. He finally saw Lin Ling's advantage. Lu Yanhong was also secretly shocked. However, she was still confident when she thought that refining pills couldn't be done by relying on flames. After the initial shock, everyone immediately stared at Lin Ling's furnace and shook their heads. Lin Ling also had a mysterious flame. Unfortunately, his pill furnace was full of cracks. It made people wonder if his pill furnace could withstand the burning of the flame. Alright, my medicinal pills are about to come out. After an unknown period of time, Lu Yanhong's confident voice came from the street. Countless gazes were fixed on her alchemy furnace, and everyone was filled with anticipation. Lu Yanhong glanced at Lin Ling indifferently. She saw that Lin Ling was still refining pills, but his technique was something she had never seen before. She immediately smiled disdainfully. Originally, I had already succeeded the second time. Unfortunately, the quality of the pill was too low. I wasn't satisfied, so I made a comeback. This time, I didn't let everyone down. Lu Yanhong held the alchemy furnace in one hand and said lightly. Senior Sister Lu, you win. He definitely won. I'm guessing that it's at least a profound level divine cleansing pill. TSK, these pills are of a higher grade than the pills distributed by the Resplendent Academy. The surrounding people let out excited cheers. Master Xia stroked his beard in satisfaction. It was as if he could already see the city square becoming his. Senior Apprentice Sister Lu, I'm afraid that Lin Ling won't even be able to refine pills. What grade of spirit cleansing pill is this? The 36 Realm King asked with a smile. Lu Yanhong's long hair fluttered like a goddess. Her left hand formed a complicated barrier, and finally, she said majestically, open the furnace. Open. Rumble. The entire alchemy furnace swayed, and multicolored light shot up into the sky. It actually broke through the firmament and reached the chaos of the universe. The pill light shot up and reached the universe. This is an Earth-grade pill. Wow! Master Xia couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The crowd immediately exploded. An Earth-grade divine cleansing pill was actually of such a grade. It seemed that this pill could not only increase one's cultivation by one level, but it could also increase one's talent by one level. For example, if a martial artist with a 6th grade mystic body took it, his talent could reach the 7th grade, or even the 8th grade. As everyone knew, talent was the most difficult thing to improve. Even Lin Ling spent a lot of effort to improve his talent. I want this pill. Senior Apprentice Sister Lu, please tell me how many divine crystals you want. 3 million divine crystals, I'll pay you in cash. One martial artist after another spoke, and their eyes were somewhat red. Not only were there geniuses, but there were also many rogue cultivators. How could they miss out on an alchemy pill that could increase their strength so much? There's no hurry. Let's wait until the alchemy battle is over. Lu Yanhong said indifferently, looking at Lin Ling, is there still a battle? He's bound to lose. Many people immediately shook their heads. There was no need to wait for any results. Even Lord Eighth shook his head and said helplessly, Lin Ling's materials are not as good as Lu Yanhong's. He only has one chance. In addition, the materials are so inferior. I'm afraid that even if he succeeds, it will at most be a yellow-grade divine cleansing pill. Moreover, he may not succeed. Look at the cracks on the alchemy furnace, they're getting bigger and bigger. Hearing this, Chi Yuhu couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. He was even more worried. Lin Ling, be careful of the furnace explosion. In the crowd, the 36 Realm Kings also saw this scene and couldn't help but mock him. Lin Ling's alchemy furnace was on the verge of collapse, as if there was a huge force about to rush out. It was extremely worrying. In fact, Ancestor Dragon and the others were indeed very worried. They didn't even know if Lin Ling could succeed in refining the alchemy furnace. However, just when everyone thought that the alchemy furnace was about to shatter, a mysterious force spread out and wrapped around the alchemy furnace like a membrane. This time, the street was silent. What a powerful soul force! Lord Eighth exclaimed because Lin Ling used his soul force to wrap around the alchemy furnace to prevent it from shattering. That works too. Lu Yanhong frowned secretly. Of course, she was still not worried because Lin Ling's furnace had not exploded yet. Amazing. I didn't expect the shopkeeper of the Yulin market to be so extraordinary. As for the rogue cultivators, they didn't underestimate Lin Ling at this moment. Although Lin Ling couldn't compare to Lu Yanhong, his methods were admirable. After all, Lin Ling couldn't compare to Lu Yanhong in terms of innate talent. It was already not easy for him to reach this point. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was solemn. His soul force enveloped the entire alchemy furnace. Within the alchemy furnace, the flames turned into a barrier that constantly melted the pill. However, at this moment, what he was worried about happened. His boundary essence was being consumed very quickly. The boundary essence of 2 dantians wasn't enough. This was what he was worried about from the beginning. In fact, the God-cleansing pill wasn't difficult for him. It wasn't even comparable to the sacred body demon heart pill. However, the boundary essence required to refine the God-cleansing pill was too much. Moreover, he wasn't as rich as Lu Yanhong, who had 3 lotuses. Not good, he's going to fail. Many people also noticed that Lin Ling's boundary essence was weakening and couldn't help but sigh. Moreover, as time passed, the flames became dimmer and dimmer. Because of the lack of flames, the pill might explode in the next moment. He's lost. Voices poured into Lin Ling's ears like a demon's voice. However, his gaze became more and more focused. How could he, Li Xiaoyao, lose to a fickle junior? Chapter 2449. Call me Godfather. My realm essence, hold on a little longer. He roared in his heart. If he lost, everyone's hard work would be given to someone else. Therefore, he could not hand over the market. He glanced at Xian Yuan Gu, Gong Yangjiang, Tang Yue, and the others. He knew how much effort they had put in during this period of time. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had not done anything. He felt a little guilty. Boom. Unfortunately, guilt could not change the fact. Intense rumbling sounds continued to ring out, causing the dust on the street to rise into the air. The dust blocked Lin Ling's view. However, everyone was shaking their heads. They could already imagine that when the dust settled, what would appear would be a broken alchemy furnace and a regretful young man. Perhaps, the young man had made a mistake by challenging Lu Yanhong in the beginning. Lin Ling. Xian Yuan Gu's eyes were red. He was unwilling to accept this result. If Lin Ling had 3 chances and a good alchemy furnace, he would definitely not lose. This was not fair. Alright, let's not waste everyone's time. The market is mine. Lord Xia laughed coldly. He stared at Xian Yuan Gu, and the others lustfully. However, amidst the dust, Lin Ling's expression was still solemn. He was forcefully gathering all of his world essence to prevent the flames from extinguishing. As long as the flame was not extinguished, anything was possible. Idiot, why didn't you ask me for help? At this moment, a cold voice rang in his ears. I have to say that I admire your arrogance. This time, I will help you. The cold voice rang in Lin Ling's ears. Lin Ling could not help but smile. In the next moment, a huge amount of realm essence surged into Lin Ling's body. It was as if the wind had been strengthened by the fire. The flame that was about to be extinguished was once again ignited. As long as he persevered, anything was possible. The flame was not extinguished. The people outside the dust did not know what had happened. Lu Yanhong smiled and said, "I told you that when I was playing with the barrier, you were still drinking milk." At this moment, her beautiful face was somewhat ferocious. However, no one thought that she was ferocious because she was the winner. That's not necessarily true. However, just as her voice sounded, a firm voice drifted over, causing the gazes of everyone on the street to flicker. Soon after, they discovered that a slender figure was walking out from the dense dust. It was Lin Ling. At this moment, he was holding the alchemy furnace with one hand while the other hand was behind his back. Crackle crackle. Colorful flames were still burning around the pill furnace, and they were extremely vigorous. This scene, it was as if the flame god had descended. How is this possible? Lu Yanhong's eyes widened when she sensed Lin Ling's renewed vigor. She clearly sensed that Lin Ling's boundary essence was exhausted. But why did the current Lin Ling give her an extremely powerful feeling? It was as though his boundary essence was endless. This little guy is really unfathomable. Lord Eighth was disappointed at first, but at this moment, his eyes were full of vigor. Qi Yuhu, who was beside him, let out a sigh of relief. Previously, he was secretly sweating for Lin Ling. Bang! Almost at the same time, the alchemy furnace in Lin Ling's hand was smashed to the ground. His voice was like thunder, domineering like a wild knife. That terrifying aura made the people on the street swallow their saliva. Alright, don't be mysterious. Did you successfully refine your pill? After Lu Yanhong recovered from her shock, she opened her palm and a colorful spirit cleansing pill floated in her palm. This pill is an earth rank pill. No matter what waves you've caused, you've still lost. Her confident voice floated out of her mouth, causing the people around her to gradually come to their senses. Lin Ling was indeed miraculous, but so what if he succeeded? Could he compare to Lu Yanhong? Seeing Lu Yanhong's confident look, Lin Ling smiled. "I'm sorry, but my luck seems to be pretty good." After saying that, he stretched out his hand and slammed the alchemy furnace on the ground. Boom! The alchemy furnace broke under the pressure, and there was a short period of silence. But in the next moment, the sky was filled with rolling winds and clouds. A divine light descended from the sky, as if summoned by a god. A pill rose from the ground, blooming with endless light. Divine light protection. Countless people raised their heads, their eyes wide open. Divine light protection was a unique symbol of awakening a divine body. Could it be that Lin Ling had refined a heaven-rank spirit cleansing pill? A spirit cleansing pill that awakens a divine body? Lord Eighth, who had been sitting, couldn't help but stand up and stare at the sky in horror. Not only can a heaven-rank spirit cleansing pill increase one's cultivation by one realm, it can also allow a cultivator's talent to reach the level of awakening a divine body. Ancestor Long Granny was indeed an orange-robed boundary master. At this moment, she was muttering to herself. However, this voice was like thunder, directly smashing into everyone's hearts. If a piece of trash swallowed this pill, he would become a genius of the 3 great academies in the next moment. This was a true divine pill. Plop. Lu Yanhong looked up at the pill floating in the sky and was so frightened that she sat down on the ground. Heaven rank, heaven rank. If she remembered correctly, there was only one person in the entire Resplendent Academy who could successfully refine it. Moreover, this was something recorded in history. The most recent person who had successfully refined it was a world boundary master from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. He had also refined it once, and at that time, it had also alarmed the entire Great Azure Divine Dynasty. However, the latter was a famous boundary master for 10,000 years. And now, the one who had successfully refined it was only a nameless young man. You've lost. Go and call him Godfather. While she was surprised, a calm voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth at the same time. Yeah, we won. After that voice, Xian Yuangu, and Tang Yue hugged each other, incomparably excited. As expected of the Lord. Falling flowers, flowing water, Gong Yangjiang, and the others also hugged each other, and even their eyes were a little moist. They had put in a lot of effort into the market, and today, a powerful senior had wanted to snatch it away, but their shopkeeper had bravely stepped out and defeated those people's evil intentions. This guy is really restless. I was worried about him for nothing. In the distance, Jianghu revealed a gratified smile, as if he was looking at a junior with a doting gaze. All right, let him take the marshal's seal. I won't object. Beside him, Lord Eighth smiled meaningfully, and his words made Jianghu feel proud. The martial god battalion had a successor. At least, this lord had agreed. The entire street was looking at Lin Ling, and the sounds of discussion rose and fell one after another. Those cultivators clearly valued Lin Ling's god-cleansing pill more, and directly abandoned Lu Yanhong's pill. There were even people who directly reprimanded Lu Yanhong in order to curry favor with Lin Ling. You've lost. Accept your loss. The person who spoke was clearly not weak, so he wasn't afraid of the latter. Most importantly, although he didn't need Lin Ling's god-cleansing pill, his junior did. Moreover, Lin Ling had successfully refined it with a broken pill furnace and a single chance. What if he had better resources than Lu Yanhong? Chapter 2450. Coward. Unfortunately, the world of martial arts was cruel. The winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. If Lin Ling had lost, he would have been consigned to eternal damnation and no one would have sympathized with him. But now that Lu Yanhong had lost, no one would sympathize with her. After all, not everyone was lustful. Not to mention, Lu Yanhong was such a filthy woman that most martial artists disdained her. One was an earth-tier pill with its light soaring into the sky. The other was a heaven-tier divine pill with its divine light protecting its body. The difference between the two was clear at a glance. Moreover, divine pills were very powerful. For example, if a heaven-tier divine pill was placed in Lin Ling's world, it could cause the entire world to collapse with its divine light protecting its body. Master Xia still did not seem to believe the truth. However, how could he lose face like this? He wanted to renege on his debt, but unfortunately, a dignified voice sounded in his ears. It was 8th Jew. Xia Ren, you seem to have lost. Master Xia's body trembled, and his old face was filled with anger. He hated Lin Ling to death, so he could only walk towards Lu Yanhong. Lu Yanhong's heart was like dead ashes. She knew that not only 8th Jew, but the people around her were also on Lin Ling's side. Therefore, she knelt down and kowtowed. After standing up, she hesitated for a long time and stared at Master Xia. Finally, she took a step forward, hugged Master Xia, and kissed him on his wrinkled face. Godfather. Everyone heard those sweet words. Godfather, that's so mushy. I have goosebumps. I want to be a godfather too. Master Xia is old, but his heart is not. After a short silence, the street burst into laughter. The sound made Lu Yanhong want to dig a hole and hide in it. Of course, Master Xia was the same. He could imagine what kind of ridicule he would receive when he returned to the resplendent academy. Then, Master Xia looked at Lin Ling and said with a smile, "Your name is Lin Ling, right? Not bad at all. In time, you'll become a dragon." As soon as he finished speaking, he recognized the jade bottle in his hand. He was willing to accept his loss. Of course, although his words sounded like praise, they were actually filled with killing intent. Thank you for your kind words, Master Xia. Lin Ling didn't seem to notice the killing intent. He smiled faintly and took the drifting spirit fox flame. Although this flame hadn't reached the level of awakening a godly body, it was enough for his flames of time and space to level up again. Thank you. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. The person he was thanking was Queen Xianji. If she hadn't helped Lin Ling with her boundary essence, Lin Ling might not have succeeded. TSK, Lin Ling, well done. At this moment, Ancestor Dragon Granny looked at Lin Ling and could not help but laugh. Xia Ran had obviously come prepared. Originally, he wanted to seize Lin Ling's market, but in the end, Lin Ling turned the tide and turned defeat into victory. Not only did he defeat Xia Ren's scheme, but he also helped advertise for the market. Right now, no one doubted the Yulin market anymore, and their business would be even better in the future. We've won. Xian Yuan Gu, and the others smiled as they walked towards Lin Ling. They had finally passed through this great calamity. Although they knew that Lin Ling's growth was very fast, the ones who came today were the former first-generation Master Xia and Senior Zhang. These powerhouses were not people that Lin Ling could deal with at present. Therefore, it was obviously not easy for him to pass through this calamity safely. It's not over yet. Lin Ling smiled as he looked at them. However, he quickly said something that stunned Xian Yuan Gu, and the others. Then, they all reacted. Sure enough, the 36 World Kings smiled and said, Lin Ling, you and I have agreed to fight. Today, you won't run away, right? Agreed to fight? Xian Yuan Gu, and the others' eyes narrowed. Last time, the 36 World Kings did not ask for any reason and suppressed Lin Ling. Now, they had agreed to fight with Lin Ling? This was too overbearing. 36 World Kings, last time you came looking for trouble. It's obvious to all. Do you have the nerve to say that this is an agreed to fight? Tang Yue immediately said. Tang Yue, it's none of your business. The 36 World Kings coldly shouted. He stared at Lin Ling and said, do you only know how to hide behind a woman? Coward. His last words were a roar that spread throughout the entire street. He called Lin Ling a coward. He wanted to see if Lin Ling had the face to bear this infamy. How arrogant. There are so many powerhouses here and he dares to curse Lin Ling. The expressions of the surrounding people changed. The rogue cultivators who were on Lin Ling's side also frowned. This was an agreed to fight. Although they wanted to help Lin Ling, it was obviously impossible. He's a coward. In my opinion, he should have handed over the spirit-drifting fox flame. Cowards can't obtain treasures. As a man, he only knows how to hide behind a woman. Why should such a man learn martial arts? Trash. At this moment, Luo Lu and the others also laughed coldly. They were gloating and adding insult to injury. Of course, when they were mocking, they also quietly glanced at Lord Eighth in the distance. When they saw him smiling without saying a word, they were even more certain that Lord Eighth would not appear. As for Ancestor Dragon Granny, with Master Xia around, there was no need to fear her. As a disciple of the Resplendent Academy and a martial god genius of the Myriad Realms, you should set an example. Since you agreed to fight, you shouldn't refuse. Lin Ling, I'm very disappointed in you. Senior Zhang said righteously. He was also looking for an opportunity to step on Lin Ling. In the past, when he presided over the talent assessment, Lin Ling had made him lose a large number of divine crystals. Therefore, he hated Lin Ling to the bone. Trash, coward, say something. Yuan Yi also spoke. He had finally found an opportunity to step on Lin Ling. As for White Bird, the Moonlight Swordsman, and the others, they sneered. They couldn't compare to Lin Ling, but they also wanted to see Lin Ling lose face. Senior Zhang, you should stop talking nonsense. Lin Ling is the last generation, and the 36 Realm Kings are the third generation. Do you think the battle between the two of them is fair? Why don't you let Lin Ling become the third generation before the agreed battle? Hearing those mocking words, the Xian Yuan Gu felt very uncomfortable. It was even more uncomfortable than being scolded. She immediately retorted. When these words came out, the street also became silent. Indeed, Was the battle between the last generation and the third generation fair? Coward, do you dare or not? The 36-realm king naturally didn't want to be entangled in this topic. He took a step forward and a powerful aura erupted, suppressing Lin Ling. Last time, Lin Ling wasn't his opponent. Just this alone was enough for him to be proud in front of Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling could either leave with the name of a coward or fight. It was hard to choose. There weren't many paths left for Lin Ling. Lin Ling, ignore them. Let's go back. Ancestor Long Granny hurriedly stood in front of Lin Ling and coldly stared at those people. The other party had Xiaoran, so she couldn't reprimand the 36 realm kings as a senior. Huh, coward, get lost. Seeing this, Yuan Yi-an laughed the loudest, as if he was elated. You don't dare to fight? Fine, from now on, you have to take a detour when you see me. Now, get lost. The 36 realm king's long hair fluttered as he spoke indifferently. He glanced at Lu Yanhong as if to tell her that he had already regained face for her. Moreover, this wasn't the last time. In the future, every time he saw Lin Ling, he would bully him. Get lost. Chapter 2451. Joining forces to suppress Lin Ling. How disgraceful. The surrounding martial artists shook their heads. Lin Ling's world enchantments were very good, but unfortunately, world enchantments didn't represent one's strength. Now, they could only watch as Lin Ling rolled away. However, everyone thought that Lin Ling would roll away, but Lin Ling still didn't move. This caused the 36 world king to frown. This Lin Ling wasn't listening to him. He immediately wanted to reprimand Lin Ming. Did I agree not to fight? However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out. He agreed. The surrounding martial artists couldn't believe their ears. They had clearly seen Lin Ling's strength when he was refining the divine pill. He was at the 4th level of the World King realm. As for the 36 World Kings, they were at the 7th level of the World King realm. The two of them weren't even on the same level. Even the 36 World King was incomparably shocked. Although Lin Ling's boundary had risen, he still didn't place him in his eyes. This was because last time, Lin Ling had been inferior to him. Good. A martial god genius of Resplendent Academy should be like this. Grandmaster Xia pondered for a moment and then immediately spoke out, blocking off Lin Ling's path of retreat. He couldn't wait for Lin Ling to agree. A battle between martial god geniuses. If you want to fight, then let's have a life or death battle. Then, Grandmaster Xia made the final decision. It was clear that he wished that Lin Ling would die in this battle. A life or death battle, this is too ruthless. A massive uproar immediately spread through the streets. Ancestor Dragon Granny and Xian Yuan Gu's pupils shrank. They quickly looked towards Lin Ling, not understanding why Lin Ling would agree to this battle. The road of martial arts is to bravely move forward, constantly eliminating opponents. If I refuse this battle, then it will be detrimental to my road of martial arts. Lin Ling looked at them and shook his head. Ancestor Dragon Granny and the others smiled bitterly. If that was the case, they would not be able to stop it. In the distance, Lord Eighth nodded slightly. This Lin Ling has the valiant heart of a warrior. Can he win this battle? This question was obviously directed at Qi Yuhu. However, Qi Yuhu shook his head. He didn't have much confidence in himself, but since things had come to this, he could only wait and see. And on the entire street, countless people were looking at the 36 world kings and Lin Ling. For a time, they began to seethe with excitement. I wonder how this battle between the last generation and the third generation will end? At this moment, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the voices around him. Instead, he said, of course, before we fight, I also want to challenge a few people. Yuan Yi and Luolu, God Qian, how about a fight? The 36 world kings were still mocking Lin Ling for overestimating himself, but as soon as they heard Lin Ling's voice, their pupils shrank. They immediately quieted down. Lin Ling was the previous champion of the assessment. His strength was terrifying. How could they be his match? I refuse. Soon, Yuan Yi coldly said, "You are the champion of the assessment and we are all inferior to you. This battle is fair, so there is no point in fighting. Then, when I fight the 36 world kings, he is the third generation and I am the last generation. Is this a fair battle?" Lin Ling opposed him with equal harshness. Hearing this, Yuan Yi felt as if he had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. He couldn't refute. We are both martial god geniuses of the Resplendent Academy. If we don't even dare to fight, then how can we talk about martial arts? However, Lin Ling's aura was like an unsheathed sword, tightly pressing against him. What an arrogant youth. The surrounding people secretly nodded. When Lin Ling was silent, they thought that Lin Ling was enduring humiliation. But, they didn't expect that Lin Ling wasn't enduring humiliation. Instead, he was accumulating strength to launch a fatal counterattack. "Luolu, God Qian, weren't you very talkative before? Now, let's fight." Lin Ling's expression was cold as he spoke again. "Pa." Luolu and the others also took a step back. Many people shook their heads in disdain. These people were really spineless. "White Bird, Moonlight Swordsman, I know that you are also unhappy with me. Then, I will also give you a chance to fight. Come." Lin Ling looked at White Bird and the others. Unfortunately, they gritted their teeth and lowered their heads. "Cowards." Lin Ling returned what they had said to him with interest. "Cowards." The entire street was filled with Lin Ling's domineering voice, causing countless echoes. Seeing this, Ancestor Dragon and the others laughed. Although Lin Ling wasn't as good as the third generation, in the last generation, who else could be better than him? Seeing Lin Ling rise again and suppress the people on his side, the 36 Realm King's eyes were cold. He wanted to reprimand Lin Ling, but at this time, Lin Ling's voice floated out, 36 Realm King, I know that you want to kill me, but you don't have to rush. Before that, let me fight these people. Moreover, they can join forces. His meaning was clear. If you want me to fight, fine, but Lin Ling wants to fight Luolu and the others first. Most importantly, Luolu and the others could join forces. Join forces? I don't care. When Luolu and the others heard this, it was as if they had been humiliated. They raised their heads and shouted angrily. They were from the same batch of martial god geniuses, but if they had to join forces to fight Lin Ling, then even if they won, others would laugh at them. Fight. However, the 36 Realm King forced them to fight. He said indifferently, "Don't worry, with me here, he can't touch you. Moreover, he can't win against you." At this critical moment, Senior Brother 36 Realm King must protect us. Yuan Yi was still worried, but as he saw the 36 Realm King nod his head, he finally relaxed. "Good, I will fight. Lin Ling, I originally disdained joining forces with you, but I can't stand your arrogance." Luolu, Great Divinity Qian, and the others also nodded. In truth, they were all at the 5th level of the World King realm. If they joined forces, they should be able to kill Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't care about their confidence at all. He looked at White Bird and said, "White Bird, what about you? If you don't dare, then call yourselves cowards and I will spare your lives. Of course, from now on, if you see me, make a detour. Lin Ling, don't go too far. I will accompany you." White Bird was a genius of the heavenly court. How could he suffer such humiliation? Thus, he also participated in this battle. As for the Moonlight Swordsman, he was constantly hesitating. In truth, if it weren't for his master reminding him not to provoke Lin Ling, he really would have fought. But, he had to listen to his master's words. And his master was one of the 10 great sword immortals of the Azure province. He had heard the suggestion of another sword immortal, so he had told him not to provoke Lin Ling. As for the other sword immortal, he was the master of the falling flower flowing water sword. I am a coward. The moonlight swordsman lowered his head. Although he had to follow his master's instructions, the moonlight swordsman still felt that he had lost all face by calling himself a coward. He couldn't raise his head anymore. You really are a coward. If you had fought, then there would have been no first place in our batch of martial god geniuses. Unfortunately, you are afraid. White Bird disdainfully said and then flew into the sky. The moonlight swordsman tightly gripped his sword as if he had suffered a great humiliation. If he had fought, then perhaps this would have been his most dazzling moment. Unfortunately, he didn't fight. Then, as he watched Luo Lu and the others fly into the sky, he felt regret in his heart. He shouldn't have listened to his master's words. Lin Ling, get up here. Let us see how strong you are as first place. Chapter 24:52. Catch them all in one fell swoop. These 4 people were Luo Lu, God Qian, White Bird, and Yuan Yi-an. On the ground, everyone raised their heads with a solemn expression. Although Lin Ling was first in the assessment, he had to fight 4 people at once, and none of them were easy to deal with. It would be difficult for Lin Ling to win. This arrogant guy, I don't know why he made such a decision. In the crowd, Blue Enchantress, Yu Linglong, and the other martial god geniuses who took the assessment together frowned. Because they knew that during this period of time, White Bird and the rest's strength had greatly increased. Then, they looked at Lin Ling, only to find that Lin Ling's expression was very calm. Under the worries of Xian Yuan Gu, and the rest, he walked towards the sky step by step. The entire process was as calm as an ancient well, as unmoving as a mountain. They had no choice but to be convinced by such courage. But this is a battle of life and death. Then, Lin Ling's voice drifted out. Nonsense. Do you think we're free? Luo Lu and the rest immediately shouted in anger. They were high and mighty, like gods descending to the mortal world. At this moment, they were whispering, discussing how to kill Lin Ling. This caused their confidence to grow stronger and stronger. Lin Ling smiled and continued to walk forward. In fact, he had long wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. Therefore, he had invited these people to fight and pretended to be weak in order to make them fall into a trap. Lin Ling, the former first in 2 assessments, powerful, very powerful. Unfortunately, you're going to die here today. When Lin Ling appeared in the sky, Luo Lu immediately clapped his hands as if he was praising Lin Ling. However, before he could finish speaking, White Bird had already attacked. They had obviously discussed a plan to kill Lin Ling with the momentum of a storm. White Bird whirled. There was a deafening sound of birds chirping, and the white birds turned into humans. Countless white birds flew in the sky, extremely beautiful, but it caused many people's expressions to change drastically. Because those white birds were suppressing the terrifying power of the world's essence, and upon contact, they would explode. These white birds could even easily destroy a world. How despicable! Many people immediately cursed. It was one thing to join forces, but to launch a sneak attack? The title of martial god genius had been completely lost by them. The winner dies, and the loser is a bandit. What sneak attack is this? In the sky, Yuan Yi-an seemed to have heard someone's dissatisfaction. He smiled faintly and attacked as well. However, great god Qian was even faster than him. The majestic flames transformed into an arrow and shot out with devastating force. 50% of his world essence erupted. Furthermore, this was no longer the power of an entire world. Instead, it was the power born from his Dantian's world spirit. It was extremely powerful. This sword strike could obliterate any 5th stage world king. It was because he condensed all of his realm essence, going all out. Sha, Ju. Boom. Boom. Luo Lu took advantage of his victory to pursue and attack. He unleashed his ultimate skill, which was an advanced second-grade martial art. Dark clouds covered the sky as a terrifying sandstorm arrived, engulfing everything. The warriors on the ground exclaimed in surprise. He was indeed worthy of being the strongest genius in the assessment. His strength was terrifying. Lin Ling, die. As Yuan Yi attacked, he let out a ferocious roar. Lin Ling shouldn't have thought that they would suddenly attack. The current Lin Ling wouldn't be able to react in time. Not bad, not bad. On the ground, Grandmaster Xia, Lu Yanhong, and even the 36 world kings sneered. Lin Ling, how arrogant. Let's see how arrogant you can be. Now, you should be regretting it. They could already imagine how Lin Ling would be torn to shreds. But, would the result be like this? The answer was obviously no. Boom. Boom. Turbulent power erupted, causing the sky to explode. It was as if the world was collapsing. But at this time, a mysterious aura also filled the air. It was like a god, like a demon. Among the countless white birds, a figure fearlessly rushed forward. He was constantly pushed back by the countless white birds, but that figure still bravely rushed forward. It was Lin Ling. His speed was very fast. Even if he was injured, he still wanted to rush forward. He was getting closer and closer to the white bird. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling actually found the true body of the white bird among the tens of thousands of white birds. With a single punch, he punched out with devastating force. What? The white bird's eyes widened. Lin Ling was actually risking his life. Boom. The punch hit the gorgeous white bird flying in the sky, causing countless people to gulp. They didn't know what had happened. There's no power of realm essence. That punch shouldn't have much lethality. Someone muttered. Ka ka ka. But at this time, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The flying white bird's bones were broken inch by inch, and it turned back into the white bird's original appearance. This. The crowd on the street exploded. That punch was actually so powerful? The white bird also didn't expect Lin Ling's punch to be so terrifying. But, he had already lost the power to fight. The strongest genius in the past assessment seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow. Lin Ling appeared in front of him and said softly. Then, he punched out again. It was as if his punch could break through 10,000 worlds. What? You? Everyone heard the white bird's panicked voice. It was extremely panicked. Many people even wanted to know why the white bird was panicking. What exactly was he trying to say? But it was all too late. Lin Ling killed the white bird with a single punch. How terrifying was his current godly devil body? It had already reached the mystic body level. He probably didn't even need to use 30% of his strength to kill the white bird. The terrifying fist was like the fist of a godly devil. It had already appeared in front of the white bird's eyes. At this moment, he was extremely regretful. Because what Lin Ling said to him before was very simple. The Demon Guardian Master was killed by me. The Demon Guardian Master was the third generation of the Resplendent Academy. His strength was comparable to the 36 world kings. But now, he was killed by Lin Ling. This meant that Lin Ling's strength was stronger than the 36 world kings. Therefore, he knew that he had been tricked. He didn't expect Lin Ling to surpass him so much in such a short period of time. Moreover, everyone had been tricked. Lin Ling wanted to kill them all in one fell swoop. He had wanted to say this before, but unfortunately, he didn't say it in the end. Boom! That punch directly exploded him. Countless feathers fell from the sky, causing the faces of the people on the street to turn solemn. The strongest genius in the previous assessment had died in front of their eyes. The white bird is dead. Yuan-Yi's face was filled with fear. Killing the white bird with a single punch was clearly beyond his imagination. Why are you afraid of him? He's risking his life. However, Great God Qian's voice soon drifted out, causing Yuan-Yi to be shocked. This was because he also saw that Lin Ling was riddled with wounds. Indeed, Lin Ling was risking his life. Therefore, they still had a chance. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but become excited. Sacrificing the white bird to kill Lin Ling was not bad at all. As for Great God Qian and Luo Lu, it was the same. Lin Ling was a great enemy of their commandery. It was very suitable for them to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, after returning to their commandery, they would become heroes of their commandery. After all, many of the geniuses of the two commanderies had died in the hands of Lin Ling. They had ended the legend of Lin Ling. Chapter 2453. It would be better to die than admit defeat. Great God Qian. Facing Great God Qian, who he was not familiar with, Lin Ling's anger erupted like a volcano. It was because of Great God Qian and Luo Li's arrest warrant that Sun Yener had died in the Rising Sun boundary. Hence, he wanted to kill these two people the most. Hence, he had set a trap for these two people to jump into. He would not let them live past today. Rumble. The raging flames turned into an arrow and shot towards Lin Ling. It was Great God Qian's fatal attack. Lin Ling. Xian Yuangu and the rest were secretly worried for Lin Ling. Lin Ling had suffered from White Bird's fatal attack and now he had to face the flame arrow. It would be difficult for Lin Ling to face it. That is Tating Prefecture's sun arrow. Although Great God Qian did not use the essence of it, it should not be underestimated. In the crowd, some ancient martial art practitioners mumbled. Boom! That arrow was indeed terrifying as it pierced through Lin Ling's body. The street instantly fell silent. As for Great God Qian and the other two people in the sky, they were stunned. Then, they laughed maniacally because Lin Ling was dead. You are too inexperienced to play with fire. Have you forgotten that I have an awakened divine body? However, in the next moment, a figure was reborn from the flames. Although he still looked injured, his aura was still majestic. If it was not Lin Ling, who else could it be? He shot towards Great God Qian like a shooting star, causing the smile on Great God Qian's face to freeze as his eyes widened. That's right. He had forgotten that Lin Ling had an awakened divine body. Moreover, it was a flame that was stronger than his fire talent. He had used fire to attack Lin Ling, but what was the effect? It could not even compare to White Bird's attack. Sun Yener died because of you. Even if you turn into ashes, I will not let you off. Lin Ling's voice was filled with boundless anger. It turned into a terrifying punch and landed in front of Great God Qian. Lin Ling, wait. Great God Qian's face was pale. Just like White Bird, he was filled with endless regret. Boom. Regret couldn't change anything. They thought that they could kill Lin Ling together, but they didn't know that if Lin Ling wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Boom. Boom. Just as Great God Qian died, a sandstorm surged from the sky. It was as if it came from the chaos of the universe, enveloping Lin Ling from every angle. As for Lin Ling, he was instantly enveloped. There was no way to block it, no way to defend against it. This time, he should be dead. Yuan-Yi knew that the sandstorm was Luo Li's attack. It should be able to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling could block the attack of one genius, but what about 2 or 3? He turned his head to look and immediately discovered that Luo Li's face was extremely pale. He was actually flying off into the distance. He was running away. Luo Lu didn't seem to be very confident in himself. Boom. As expected, the sandstorm immediately exploded. A figure shot towards Luo Lu like a killing god. It was Lin Ling. Run. Run to the ends of the earth. You will die. Lin Ling's cold voice rang in Luo Li's ears, causing his body to tremble violently. In fact, he had run away previously because he suddenly remembered that Lin Ling had an awakened divine body. He could protect himself with divine light and his defense was extremely terrifying. Therefore, he didn't think that he could kill Lin Ling. Let's sit down and talk. I admit that I was wrong. I hope that you will give me a chance. Luo Lu said in a panic as he flew. You don't have any chance. Sun Yener is dead. Even if the Lord of the Commandery comes, he won't be able to protect you. No one in this world can protect you. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was overflowing with killing intent. He was domineering. For Sun Yener, who had called him master. Therefore, Lin Ling would eliminate whoever came to save Luo Lu. If the Commandery dared to come, he would eliminate the Commandery. When Luo Lu heard Lin Ling's ruthless words, his face turned even paler. At this moment, his heart was dead. What an arrogant young man. On the street, many people cried out in surprise. Lin Ling was determined to kill. If God blocked him, he would kill God. If Buddha blocked him, he would kill Buddha. Boom. And that was indeed the case. Luo Lu was killed by Lin Ling. Among the 4 strongest geniuses, only the weakest, Yuan Yian, was left. This man from the De Yuan mansion was dumbfounded. He stood motionless in the sky. He recalled his previous encounter with Lin Ling at the inn. At that time, Lin Ling had humiliated him. During the assessment, Lin Ling had defeated him again. He was not reconciled. He wanted to trample on Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he now knew that he could not afford to offend Lin Ling. At the same time, Lin Ling appeared in front of Yuan Yian. He looked at Yuan Yian like a god of death. Yuan Yian quickly looked down at the ground. His eyes fell on the 36 world kings because the latter had promised to protect him. However, the 36 world kings did not move. They stood on the ground like heroes of a generation. Their indifferent eyes were like water in an ancient well. This made Yuan Yian feel as if his heart had been struck by lightning. There is no need to look. You are only here to test my strength. To put it bluntly, you are men of sacrifice. Lin Ling directly said the truth. The 4 of them were indeed men of sacrifice. They were here to test Lin Ling's strength. Lin Ling, I admit defeat. Yuan Yian realized this and immediately felt very sad. What was ridiculous was that he had spoken up for the 36 world kings and called Lin Ling a coward. He had obviously helped the wrong person. I admit defeat. Everyone has heard it. Yuan Yian anxiously shouted at the ground. Then, he flew towards the ground. Admit defeat? Is there anyone who admits defeat in this battle? Worthy of being called a coward. However, the martial artists on the ground sneered again and again. This made Yuan Yian's expression extremely awkward. However, the ground was getting closer and closer to his eyes. He seemed to be able to survive. Unfortunately, this was just wishful thinking. The 4 of them had joined forces to kill Lin Ling. They had even launched a sneak attack. Now that they were about to fail, did they really think that they could get away with it just because they admitted defeat? Lin Ling was not that stupid. Just as Yuan Yian's foot was about to touch the ground, a palm seemed to come from the void and suddenly grasped his neck. Yuan Yian was only 1 step away from the ground. Unfortunately, this short step was very far away. Moreover, the door to life had already closed, leaving him with the door to hell. Admit defeat? Better die. He heard the last words of his life. The next moment, his head exploded. Admit defeat? Better die. That sentence was also on the ground. It floated out majestically, causing all the nearby streets to be silent. The four of them joined forces to fight Lin Ling. However, in less than half an hour, they were all wiped out. Lin Ling's methods could be said to be the momentum of a storm. From this point of view, it could also be said that among the martial gods in this world, Lin Ling was invincible. Far away on the street, the moonlight swordsman sat on the ground with a plop. His face was very pale. It was the kind of paleness that came from surviving a disaster. Previously, he regretted not joining the battle. Now, he was glad that he did not join the battle. Because if he had joined the battle, he, the moonlight swordsman, would have been among the dead. "Master, you're right," the moonlight swordsman muttered to himself. Then, he looked at Falling Flower's flowing water sword. At this moment, he kowtowed to the latter a few times. Because the person who had warned his master was Falling Flower's flowing water sword's master. Chapter 2454. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Up until now, his master and Falling Flower flowing sword's master had been Qing Province's 10 great sword immortals. Thus, he had constantly bullied Falling Flower flowing sword. But at this moment, he suddenly felt admiration for the latter. And that gaze was naturally noticed by Falling Flower flowing sword. He faintly smiled and suddenly felt a sense of pride in his heart. This was because all of this was brought about by Lord Lin Ling. His gaze was filled with worship as he stared at Lin Ling. In fact, the entire street was staring at Lin Ling. Even Blue Enchantress's eyes were filled with worship. Pa pa pa. But at this time, the crisp sound of a slap suddenly rang out. Not bad at all. No wonder you're so much more powerful than them. Now, it's our turn to fight. 36 World King walked out, his face full of smiles and confidence. Come up. Lin Ling also smiled and stepped into the sky. At this moment, his blue robe was as mysterious as the clouds in the sky. 36 World King's eyes immediately flashed. Lin Ling had fought before, yet he was still so confident. He simply didn't know that death was at hand. He sneered and said, "Who told you to be faster than me?" The earth suddenly shook. Vines rushed into the sky as if they were carrying a king. They carried 36 World King towards the sky and arrived a step faster than Lin Ling. He clearly didn't want to be weaker than Lin Ling in terms of momentum. Most importantly, he believed that Lin Ling was already a dead man. You fought to the death before and were riddled with scars. I don't know where you get the confidence to fight again. 36 World King indifferently said as he stood on the vines. He could also see that Lin Ling's strength had increased a lot. That was why he was able to kill those four. Using other people's lives to test me, you are very hypocritical. Lin Ling also appeared in the sky at this moment and slowly drew his sword. The winner dies, and the loser is a bandit. This principle applies everywhere. Therefore, not only did I use them to test you, I also used them to exhaust you. Now that you are seriously injured, I don't know how you can win. 36 Realm King extended his left hand and made an inviting gesture. Of course, even if you were at your peak, you still wouldn't be able to defeat me. Green Sumeru Devil Thunder. Rumble. Following his voice, countless vines rose from the ground and swayed upwards. Green lightning twined around the sky, terrifying to the extreme. On the ground below, the expressions of everyone changed drastically. 36 World Kings were the world lords that controlled 36 great worlds. They were young but their strength had reached an unfathomable level. As for Lin Ming, his strength was at the 7th stage of the World King realm. Although his talent was inferior to Lin Ling's, his boundary made up for the disparity in talent. Moreover, Lin Ling seemed to be seriously injured. It was even harder for him to win. Perhaps the 36 Realm Kings were afraid of Lin Ling's divine light protecting his body, so they sent White Bird and the others to exhaust Lin Ling. It had to be said that the 36 realm kings were truly despicable. Unfortunately, at this time, no matter how despicable they were, who could stop them? On the ground, Grandmaster Xia and Lu Yanhong's eyes flashed with a cold light. When Lin Ling had killed 4 people, they hadn't cared at all. This was because they knew that this was the most critical battle. Lin Ling was absolutely not a match for the 36 realm kings. Even 8th Baron, Ancestor Dragon Granny, and the others believed this. Their eyes were filled with worry, helplessness, and disappointment. Of course, if they knew what Lin Ling was doing at Rising Sun World, they wouldn't think this way. Lin Ling, in truth, how many of my moves do you think you can block? In this moment of absolute silence, the 36 realm kings laughed out loud. This was an insolent laughter. 1 sword. His long hair danced in the wind. Lin Ling lightly spat out these words, causing everyone's pupils to tremble. 1 sword? Lin Ling was still as confident as before. Huh, with just you? The 36 realm kings laughed even louder. At the same time, the vines beneath his feet shot towards Lin Ling like countless tentacles, a massive amount of monster thunder wreaking havoc within. I know that you have a divine light protecting your body, but this sort of advantage only applies to martial artists at the same boundary who are weaker than you. Against me, it's useless. I want to see just how many of my moves your divine light can block. Pop pop pop. With this sound, countless vines pierced through the skies like lightning, their momentum terrifying. Lin Ling. My lord. On the ground below, Xian Yuangu, and the others couldn't hold back any longer. They loudly shouted out. In fact, Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others wished they could rush into the skies and help Lin Ling. With 8th Baron here, I want to see just who dares to stop this battle. But just as they were about to move, Grandmaster Xia angrily shouted out. He actually brought out 8th Baron. Like this, Ancestor Dragon Granny and the others couldn't do anything. Lin Ling is only at the 4th level of the World King realm. He won't be able to block this. The people on the streets secretly sighed. They could already see Lin Ling being torn to shreds. Even the red jade tiger's eyes flashed. He almost couldn't help but rush into the skies. But at this time, 8th Baron's eyes brightened. He stopped him and solemnly said, "Wait a moment." Things seem to have changed. At this time, the skies seemed to turn into a world of monster thunder. Vines crisscrossed the skies, blocking out the world. But soon, a sword appeared in a dazzling light. It was like a sword god had descended, cutting down all. Before, Lin Ling had only used his divinity and demon body. But now, he had finally used his sword. Moreover, he erupted with 80% of his strength. Shwa! The sword shot out like water, dazzling and dazzling. The thunder was cut apart, the vines were cut apart, causing the streets to fall into a deathly silence. Many people even saw that blue-robed youth seemed to be dancing in the skies. That ancient sword could be said to be vast and mighty, filled with the might of a tiger. How is this possible? Grandmaster Xia was shocked, his heart pounding. This was too strange. Lin Ling was only at the 4th stage of the World King realm. It was impossible for him to block the attack of a 7th stage World King. Even the 36 World King's eyes widened. He shook his head, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in his life. This was because if he didn't remember wrong, Lin Ling hadn't been so calm when facing this attack last time. Unfortunately, even if he shook his head, he still couldn't change reality. 36 World King, are you surprised? Last time, you were so overbearing and magnificent, fighting me to a standstill. But now, have you not discovered that your attacks have become much weaker? On the other side, Lin Ling slowly walked forwards. His sword was extremely sharp, constantly cutting apart the vines. And at this time, the power of world essence gushed out from his 2 dantians, sweeping away everything in its path. This was because this power of world essence had already reached the strength of the 7th stage of the World King realm. Moreover, the Tyrant Song sword had reached the 9th grade, increasing his world essence by 90%. This meant that Lin Ling's world essence strength had nearly reached the 8th stage of the World King realm. In addition to the divine light protecting his body. To put it bluntly, to him, the 36 World Kings were nothing more than ants. He could step on them however he wanted to. The river flows east for 30 years and then west for 30 years. Have you ever thought that you would have such a day? The entire sky was filled with Lin Ling's indifferent voice. It was like thunder, crashing into everyone's hearts. Xian Yuangu and the others all gripped their fists in excitement. Chapter 24:55. A sword breaks thunder. In the past, Lin Ling had been bitterly battling the 36 World Kings. But today, it seemed as if the Lin Ling was already suppressing them. Time changed everything, especially for monstrous geniuses. Wherever they fell, they would stand up from there. In particular, Lin Ling, who had been hunted down by assassins at Rising Sun World, had undergone a metamorphosis. This moment belonged to him. Bang! All of the vines and thunder in the sky were chopped to pieces by the sword, as weak as tofu. As for the 36 World King, his complexion was extremely pale. The changes in this battle had far surpassed his imagination. He simply couldn't understand how Lin Ling, who had been weak a moment ago, had become so powerful now. How did his defeated opponent in the past become so mysterious today? Thunder drawing art. He roared, causing winds and clouds to gather in the skies. Dark clouds gathered and millions of demonic thunders condensed. The last time Lin Ling faced this move, he wouldn't have been able to win unless he erupted with the space-time divine steel. Would it be the same this time? Lin Ling, don't point fingers at me. Die for me. The 36 World King angrily roared towards the heavens. He was like the finger of a god, ruthlessly pointing at Lin Ling. In the skies, millions of thunderbolts condensed, turning into the lightning of thunder punishment that came crashing down. Seeing this, the entire street fell silent. They could see that the 36 World King had erupted with his strongest ultimate skill. This was because this was already a 3rd-grade world origin martial art. Very good, very good. To be able to make me erupt with 90% of my strength, 36 World King, even if you die, it will be a glorious death. But just as everyone thought that Lin Ling would use his full strength, an indifferent voice floated through the skies, causing countless people to gulp. When had they ever seen such a proud last generation? Let him be strong. A cool breeze brushed past the hills. So what if you are a 3rd generation? You are arrogant and overbearing, but I am even more arrogant and overbearing. I despise you. Die. The 36 World King's voice was laced with madness. He didn't believe that Lin Ling was so fierce. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't speak. He sneered, holding the ancient sword horizontally. No one could see through his sword. It was as if his sword was pointing into the distance. But at this moment, a huge, Xian, character appeared. Like a sword array, it shot towards the lightning in the sky to destroy it. With his current strength, he really didn't have to worry much when facing the lightning draw technique. The reason why Lin Ling hadn't killed the 36 Realm Kings at the start was because he wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. Secondly, he wanted to let the 36 World Kings know of this enormous contrast. Rumble. The word Xian was dazzling and brilliant. There was nothing it could not destroy, and the sword cut through the heavens. The huge demonic thunderbolts that were falling from the sky were constantly being cut and chopped apart. Under the immense power of the sword, they were completely destroyed. In the end, the demonic lightning was completely destroyed. The dark clouds dispersed, revealing the blue sky. In the sky, the blue-robed young man was floating there, still holding his sword with a faint smile on his face, causing the earth to become even more silent. This was the strongest attack of the 36 world kings. Everyone thought that Lin Ling would be able to block it, but he would have to expend all of his strength. But now, it seemed that this was far too simple. Breaking the lightning with a single sword. Is this fellow invincible? The 36 world king stood there, shivering. His confidence had been completely destroyed by Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he slowly walked through the skies towards the 36 world king. His pace wasn't fast, but every step seemed to step on the 36 world king's heart. It was as if the world spirit in his dantian had been stepped on, causing him to feel fear. This was also the first time in his life that he feared a last-generation king. If it were before, this would have been impossible. This was because there had never been a third-generation king that feared a last-generation king. But now, he felt that this wasn't a last-generation king, but a third-generation king. How do you feel about this enormous contrast? Lin Ling said as he walked. His words were calm, but the 36 world king felt a great humiliation. This enormous contrast made him feel as if he had fallen into hell. You've lost. As if he knew that the 36 world king had nothing more to say, Lin Ling condensed all of the world essence in his dantian, forming an extremely powerful sword that slashed out like a meteor. Shwa! This sword pierced through the 36 world king's body, causing him to tremble in the skies. Before you die, let me tell you something. The demon guardian master has already been killed by me. Lin Ling stood behind the 36 world king and slowly put the tyrant song sword back on his back. The demon guardian master is dead. You can kill him? Could this entire challenge have been a trap? Or were you waiting for me to challenge you? The 36 world king's complexion paled. He spat out these words with great difficulty. He suddenly understood, he understood everything. Lin Ling's strength had long since surpassed his. Before, he had only been waiting for him to jump into the trap. Lin Ling, how much strength did you erupt with to kill me? 90%. In truth, I could have killed you last time. I only needed to erupt with my full strength. Lin Ling began to walk towards the ground, causing the 36 world king's pupils to fiercely tremble. Lin Ling had killed him and still hadn't used his full strength. Was he really that weak to Lin Ling? Ka. Finally, with a wry smile on his face, cracks appeared all over his body before he finally exploded. Countless bolts of monster thunder shot out, finally disappearing into the skies. Radiant Academy's third-generation 36 world king had been defeated. Moreover, anyone could see that he had been completely crushed. There had been no hope of victory throughout the entire process. Even when the strongest divine thunder descended, Lin Ling had broken it apart with a single sword strike. This massive contrast left everyone on the street feeling as if it were unreal. In particular, those martial artists who had personally witnessed the battle between the two felt that it was even more unreal. Everyone who had challenged Lin Ling had been killed. He's dead. The 36 world king is truly trash. Grandmaster Xia and Lu Yanhong's lungs were about to explode from anger. They had been looking forward to this outcome, but this was the result they had received. How infuriating. Ancestor Dragon Granny looked at them with a mocking gaze. Then, she stared at the youth walking down and said in a dignified voice, "His strength can be ranked in the third generation." As these words fell, falling flower and flowing water felt their hearts shake. Lin Ling had passed the examination with them, and now, they were still striving for the status of being the last generation. But, Lin Ling had actually entered the third generation. What a freak. Just how did this fellow cultivate? At this speed, I fear it won't be difficult for him to enter Threering City. They spoke out one after another. Even the Moonlight swordsman joined in. The current him had no choice but to accept this result. How strange. He is clearly at the 4th stage of the World King realm, but he can erupt with the strength of a 7th stage world essence. Just what sort of arcane skill did he cultivate to increase his strength? How come I've never heard of this arcane skill before? Could it be the pre-celestial sovereign essence art? But that arcane skill can only increase one's strength by 2 boundaries. Even Lord 8 and Red Jade Tiger whispered to each other. At this time, they also felt that they couldn't see through Lin Ling. Then, as Lin Ling landed on the street, they couldn't help but laugh. And all around the street, a massive amount of cheers sounded out. He is truly worthy of being a martial god genius of Radiant Academy. His strength in jumping ranks to challenge others can be called heaven-defying. Chapter 2456. Strength Breakthrough. Little friend Lin, as long as your rainforest market is open, I won't come here to buy things. Those rogue cultivators said politely. Lin Ling's barrier was powerful and he was strong. They naturally wanted to build a relationship with such a junior. As for the last generation candidates, their eyes were filled with worship. They took Lin Ling as their role model and looked forward to the future. Rainforest Market, not only did it not close down, it used this opportunity to rise up. I'm so angry. The other market owners' faces were dark, as if they had eaten flies. They left with their tails between their legs. Of course, Master Xia and the others were the same. They disappeared without a trace like stray dogs. Thank you for everyone's support. Today, all the treasures in the rainforest market are 20% off. After Lin Ling rested for a while, he immediately looked at the crowd and smiled. He was very polite. In business, harmony was the most important thing. Lin Ling naturally knew this. Let's go to your market to take a look. The surrounding cultivators did not expect Lin Ling to be so amiable. After all, he had defeated 3 generations. Lin Ling should be very arrogant, so they immediately smiled and replied. Come, everything is 20% off. Gong Yangjiang took the opportunity to promote and led the crowd into the market. Looking at the excited crowd, the Xian Yuan Gu, and the others laughed. They looked at Lin Ling. As expected of their shopkeeper, no matter what kind of storm or wave, with him around, they could cross it. Even Ancestor Dragon Granny was secretly admiring him. Lin Ling, come here. However, at this time, the Red Jade Tiger let out a laugh, causing Lin Ling to quickly walk over. If not for this marshal helping him today, even if he, Lin Ling, won, it would have been a lot of twists and turns. When he arrived in front of the Red Jade Tiger, Lin Ling immediately bowed. You're really a guy who won't act until he sees a rabbit. The last time you saw me, you had a lazy attitude. Now, you're acting like a shadow. As expected, if I don't help you once, you won't treat me as one of your own. Seeing this, Jianghu scolded with a smile. Your Excellency has spoken too much. Moreover, if your Excellency does not help me, then you are not my Excellency. Lin Ling said with a fake smile. Red Jade Tiger immediately rolled his eyes. As expected, Lin Ling was only willing to call him Lord when there were benefits. This is Lord 8th. Then, Jianghu introduced the middle-aged man beside him. Lin Ling had been paying attention to this person for a long time. At this moment, he immediately bowed. He was sure that this middle-aged man's lifespan was even longer than Li Xiaoyao's. He was an ancient character. No need to be so courteous. Lin Ling, you're very good. I didn't come here in vain today. Lord 8th was very polite to Lin Ling, without the slightest bit of arrogance. Of course, Lin Ling knew that this was a relationship brought about by his strength. Without strength, such an expert wouldn't even look at him. You just entered the Resplendent Academy, but you already have the strength of a 3rd generation. TSK, with this speed, you're the first in the 6 barracks. I have high hopes for you. Lord 8th continued, as long as the Academy recognizes you as a 3rd generation, you can also enter the 2nd Ring City. The world there is even more exciting, and it's very suitable for a shocking monstrous genius like you. Thank you for the praise, Your Excellency. Lin Ling said perfunctorily. In fact, he wasn't just a third generation, he was also one of the top 3 experts of the third generation. Of course, he wasn't someone who liked to take credit, so he was too lazy to say it out loud. By the way, in a year's time, I hope you can participate in the battle on the drill ground of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Lord Eighth smiled again and said, your current strength is not bad, but don't be complacent. There will always be someone better than you. This subordinate understands. Lin Ling naturally understood this point. Not to mention other things, just my commandery and Grand Court commandery were eyeing covetously. Lin Ling had no choice but to be careful of those assassins. As for the battle on the drill ground of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, he wasn't very interested. However, Red Jade Tiger had helped him, so he would definitely agree on the surface. The autumn wind is bleak, and the flood is surging. The journey of the sun and the moon, if you can come out. Alright, goodbye. Lord Eighth smiled boldly and didn't say much. He left with Red Jade Tiger, and the latter secretly transmitted a message to Lin Ling that Lord Eighth approved of Lin Ling receiving the martial seal. This made Lin Ling realize that Lord Eighth had come here today to investigate him. However, Lin Ling wasn't very interested in the martial seal. After that, Lin Ling returned to his market square. The market square was packed with customers. When those cultivators saw Lin Ling, they all greeted him politely and asked Lin Ling to refine Heaven Stage God cleansing pills. Lin Ling, I've already recorded all the customers who need to refine Heaven Stage God cleansing pills. They will provide the materials and pay more than half of the divine crystals. Gong Yangjiang said excitedly, moreover, we've set up a membership system. Cultivators who often come to the market square to buy treasures will receive a 20% discount and have the priority to refine God cleansing pills. You're not good at martial arts, but you're very interested in doing this. Hearing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. It was very suitable for Gong Yangjiang to manage the market square. Next, Gong Yangjiang called Lin Ling and the others over to another secret room. Then, they divided the gains from Red Market Square. At this moment, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others were undoubtedly excited. These gains were extremely valuable. Lin Ling, as the leader, received 1,000,000 divine crystals. These were the profits of this period. Although it wasn't much, if the business was better in the future, then it would provide Lin Ling with an endless supply of cultivation resources. At night, the market square gradually quieted down. Lin Ling was teaching Xian Yuan Gu how to refine Heaven Stage God cleansing pills. Moreover, he had the God cleansing pills that he had previously refined for the latter to consume. After all, only when Xian Yuan Gu's talent reached the level of an awakened divine body could he refine Heaven Stage divine pills. Seeing that Xian Yuan Gu was refining the divine pills, Lin Ling also left. He had obtained a wisp of spiritual fox flame, which was enough for his fire attribute talent to increase again. As for his divine devil body, it had yet to reach the level of an awakened divine body. It was still a Xian body. However, after entering the academy, there should be a way to increase it. Following this, he used all the treasures he obtained from this adventure as well as the divine crystals he obtained from the market square to increase his cultivation. Moreover, during this time, he also stayed in the market square to guide everyone's cultivation. Half a year quietly passed. Lin Ling naturally reached the 5th level of the World King realm. As for his second dantian, it didn't increase by much. But, according to his evaluation, amongst the third-generation martial artists, there were very few that could match him. And on this day, Lin Ling called out to everyone and headed towards Radiant Academy. Lin Ling could already become a third-generation martial artist, he only needed to obtain the approval of the academy. As for Xian Yuan Gu and the others, they could become the last-generation martial artist. The group of people happily arrived at Radiant Academy. Ancestor Dragon Granny was already waiting there, smiling as she looked at these juniors. It had to be said that as she saw these juniors crazily grow, she felt a deep sense of accomplishment. In particular, after seeing Lin Ling, her pupils shrank. This freak had made another breakthrough. Could it be that his cultivation didn't have any bottlenecks? Seeing this, Lin Ling wryly smiled and shook his head. He asked, "Senior Dragon, have you and the others returned?" Chapter 2457. Dandelion Hall, Sword Dao Department. They haven't returned yet, but I heard that they'll definitely return for the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's drill ground battle. They're monstrous geniuses just like you. Of course, they didn't spend as much time as you did. Ancestor Longpo explained. She suddenly realized that everyone who followed Lin Ling cultivated very quickly. Could this be what they meant by, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs follow him to heaven? Then, Ancestor Longpo led Lin Ling and the others into the Resplendent Academy. At this moment, everyone was excited. Even Lin Ling was looking forward to it. The Resplendent Academy was one of the 3 pillars of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Throughout history, these 3 academies had given birth to countless experts. They were the pillars of the martial god world. And now, among so many geniuses in the myriad of worlds, they were qualified to enter this place. After entering the academy, everyone realized that this place was extremely grand. There were mountains and seas, so vast that they couldn't see the end of it. Among the layers of buildings, there was an aura that could crush one's soul. This was the Resplendent Academy. Stepping on the seemingly endless stairs, an indescribable feeling floated in their hearts. It was as if they had arrived at the core of the universe. This is the Resplendent Academy. After a long time, Ancestor Longpa stopped and smiled. Lin Ling and the others looked up and saw a bright light in the sky. It was extremely dazzling, but what was surprising was that the light was only dazzling but not blinding. Moreover, the light was even more dazzling than the sun. It couldn't be seen from afar and could only be seen in the academy. This showed that the light was extraordinary. The first ray of light in the universe. Lin Ling was shocked and muttered to himself. Hearing this, Xian Yuan Gu, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. The first ray of light? This was the ancestor of light. I didn't expect the Resplendent Academy to have the first ray of light. It's really extraordinary. It seems like the name Resplendent Academy came from this light. Inside Lin Ling's body, Queen Xianji was also surprised because this was her first time coming to this ancient academy. Be careful. This place isn't simple. Don't expose yourself. However, Lin Ling immediately said solemnly. He sensed that many gazes in this magnificent academy were looking over. The owner of those eyes must be stronger than Li Xiaoyao, so he had to be cautious. Hearing that, Xianji quickly entered her cultivation state. She did not dare to release her aura anymore. Fortunately, they were far away, so those experts did not notice anything. Lin Ling, you're quite knowledgeable. The ancestor dragon granny looked at Lin Ling and said in shock, causing Lin Ling to smile and not say anything. Greetings, Master. At this moment, a woman wearing a red robe and carrying a long sword quickly walked over from afar and bowed slightly to ancestor dragon granny. My disciple, Nine Void Cicada, the second generation of Resplendent Academy. Ancestor Dragon Granny introduced. In Resplendent Academy, those exceptional talents who had aged had the qualifications to become masters and recruit disciples they admired. Greetings, ninth senior sister. Xian Yuan Gu, and the others immediately bowed. Lin Ling also did the same. Moreover, he was surprised because he sensed that Nine Void Cicada had dual talents like him. One was ice and the other was wind. Her wind talent was a type of divine cicada that had reached the third grade awakened divine body. As for her cultivation, she had reached the peak of the World King realm. Very strong, worthy of being a second generation. Ancestor Dragon Granny also introduced Nine Void Cicada's strength, causing Xian Yuan Gu, and the others to be filled with awe. To them, the peak of the World King realm was an existence as far away as the horizon. Everyone, there is no need to be too afraid of me. Among the second generation, I'm just a beginner. Nine-Void Cicada smiled and said. Just a beginner and you're already so strong. What if you're ranked in the upper middle of the second generation? Falling Flowers Flowing Water felt a great pressure and lost some of his confidence for a moment. Rice must be eaten one bite at a time and the road must be walked one step at a time. No one can soar to the heavens in a single leap. As long as your goal remains the same, there will be a day when you reach it. When you look back, you will discover that the process is also very important. Lin Ling smiled, causing the pressure on Falling Flowers Flowing Water and the others to lessen. Yes, the road had to be walked one step at a time. Right now, they were biting off more than they could chew. This must be Lin Ling sure enough, hearing about him is not as good as meeting him in person. Hearing these words, Nine-Void Cicada immediately looked at Lin Ling. It was obvious that Ancestor Dragon Granny had introduced Lin Ling to her. Now that she saw him today, she immediately felt that Lin Ling was extraordinary. After all, Lin Ling was too calm when he saw her, but others wouldn't be like this. Moreover, Falling Flowers Flowing Water and the others' confidence had been shaken. But with just a few words from Lin Ling, they had regained their confidence. This proved that Lin Ling held a great weight in their hearts. Thank you for the compliment, senior sister. I was just lucky. Lin Ling also said humbly. His words made Nine-Void Cicada feel that Lin Ling was easy to talk to. Ancestor Dragon Granny looked at the two of them with a smile, then said, Now, I'll take Xian Yuan Gu, and the others to take the assessment of the last generation. Lin Ling, you go to the third generation. You're now a third generation, and you don't need to take the assessment. Take this jade token. It's the jade token that was finally given to you after a discussion by the seniors of the academy a month ago. Master, you can do that? Nine-Void Cicada's expression changed slightly. She didn't know about Lin Ling's battle in the market, but she still nodded and bowed. She would take Lin Ling to the third generation. Lin Ling took the jade token from Ancestor Dragon Granny and didn't care much about it. He casually stuffed it into his clothes. Then, everyone said goodbye, and Lin Ling followed Nine-Void Cicada. After becoming a third generation, you can walk freely in the academy and enter the second ring city. The academy will also give you divine crystals every month. Now, junior brother Lin, what department do you want to enter? The academy has many martial departments, such as the Sword Principal Department, the Training Department, the Wind Department, the Thunder Department, and so on. I want to go to the Sword Principal Department first. Alright, follow me. With Lin Ling's current strength, he was sure that no one in the third generation could defeat him. However, he would also use this opportunity to build a stronger foundation. The two of them crossed the mountains and soon arrived at the Dandelion Hall of the Sword Principal Department. In front of the magnificent hall, there were many people gathered in twos and threes. They were all people with extraordinary auras. Who's that? Senior Sister Nine-Void Cicada, is that your junior brother? He looks very young. He should have just been promoted to the third generation. But look, his clothes are still from the last generation, and he doesn't have a jade token. Lin Ling followed Nine-Void Cicada and was a little different, so he attracted many people's attention. In Radiant Academy, different generations of disciples wore different clothes. From this, one could see that Lin Ling wasn't from the third generation. In fact, if it weren't for Ancestor Dragon Granny's reminder, Nine-Void Cicada would also have thought that Lin Ling was from the last generation. There's no need to pay attention to them. Nine-Void Cicada immediately said, causing Lin Ling to nod. He discovered that the youths here weren't weak at all. The worst of them were at the 7th level of the World King realm, and many of them were even stronger than the 36 World Kings. Of course, no matter how strong they were, they were still only third generation. Chapter 2458. A single move shook the third generation. A short moment later, Nine-Void Cicada stopped and said apologetically, because today is the Dao-seeking day for the third generation. We second generation can't enter, so we can only bring you here. Thank you, ninth senior sister. Lin Ling bowed and said. He stared at the mysterious and ancient hall in front of him with a curious look in his eyes. Nine-Void Cicada waved her hand and turned around to leave. However, she hesitated for a moment before she turned around and said, if these people want to harm you, then endure it for now. Tell me later who's trying to make things difficult for you, and I'll get even with them. She seemed to be speaking to Lin Ling, but she was actually speaking to the third generation disciples in the surroundings. She was clearly threatening them. Sure enough, the expressions of the third generation disciples in the surroundings changed slightly, and they envied Lin Ling for having the support of a second generation disciple. All right. Lin Ling watched as Nine-Void Cicada left, and then he sat down cross-legged. Actually, he didn't really care about the third generation disciples in the surroundings. He's really lucky. He's just entered the academy, yet he immediately has the support of a senior. I presume his background isn't weak. Humph. What kind of ability is it to rely on external forces on the path of cultivation? The last generation joining the circle of the third generation disciples is an insult to our style of cultivation. Since he's so formidable, why don't you try and humiliate him? Many people in the surroundings of the hall discussed animatedly. Some leaned against trees, some sat cross-legged, and some chatted in groups of 3 or 5. In their opinion, it was unavoidable for a newcomer to join the circle of geniuses. Actually, when they'd just become the third generation disciples in the past, they'd been bullied by the seniors. Because of that, they would definitely play tricks on a newcomer. Perhaps it was to get revenge for the humiliation they'd suffered in the past. Kid, what's your name? Sure enough, a young man with a robust figure and long hair looked at Xianxia. He seemed to be very polite, but his tone was filled with arrogance. It was as if he was the senior brother and Lin Ling was the junior brother. Lin Ling. Lin Ling sat cross-legged and cultivated, and he replied indifferently when he heard that. Oh, then let me ask you, how did you get here? Could it be that you participated in the test of the third generation disciples? The young man asked again. The others instantly revealed expressions of interest. After all, it was a rare thing for the last generation disciple to explain. It's none of your business. However, Lin Ling did not answer. Such an answer undoubtedly caused the outside of the hall to fall silent. No one thought that Lin Ling would be so arrogant to actually answer their questions in such a way. Kid, the waters of the Resplendent Academy are very deep. You might have some background, but there are many more people here who have bigger backgrounds than you. It's better to be humble. The burly youth frowned. Thank you for the reminder. If there's nothing else, please don't talk to me. Let's just do our own things. Lin Ling looked over with a calm expression. He was naturally able to discern that the third generation descendants in the surroundings felt disdain towards him. However, he didn't intend to cause any trouble because it was rather boring. However, even if he didn't want to cause trouble, it didn't mean that others would let him go. After all, no matter where he was, the weak had the least dignity. In everyone's opinion, if they asked Lin Ling questions, then Lin Ling should respectfully answer, and not have such a lazy attitude. Therefore, the voices of dissatisfaction grew more and more. Sigh, isn't it better to just mind our own business? Why bother meddling in other people's business? To put it bluntly, none of you here is a match for me. I only need one move to defeat you. That saying, the waters are very deep, is actually very practical to use on you guys. The chaotic voices undoubtedly made Lin Ling sigh softly. He didn't want to cause trouble, so he was a little more forceful. After all, he couldn't possibly lower his voice to those who were weaker than him, right? One move. Don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you have ninth senior sister's support. That youth was completely enraged. The other third-generation descendants' pupils also constricted. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Where did this junior come from? How can he be so arrogant? When I was training in the myriad worlds, he wasn't even weaned yet. Humph. Have you participated in the third-generation battle? Have you participated in the last generation battle? I don't think he has. I don't know where his confidence comes from. Humph. I asked Shen Tian before, and he said that in the past few hundred years, there was no information about that youth in the last generation. It seems that he is a newcomer among newcomers. He can't even be considered a true last generation. Sigh. There were more and more voices in the surroundings. Sigh. Sigh. Lin Ling sighed again and stood up. He said to the youth from before, "I'm sorry. In order to keep things quiet, I'll make a move. You have to be careful from now on." Sigh. As soon as he said that, the voices from before immediately disappeared. What? The last generation is going to make a move, and he even said hello to the burly youth before making a move? What is he playing at? Even the burly youth thought that Lin Ling was crazy. After all, if he really wanted to make a move, shouldn't he, a third-generation descendant, be the one to make the first move? However, reality proved that Lin Ling was a man of his words. Bang! Lin Ling took a step forward and pounced on the burly youth. No matter what kind of genius you are among the third-generation descendants, it's useless against me. Sigh. His fist struck out cleanly, and it even had flames erupting from it. The space-time fire roared. The awakened divine physique appeared at the same time. Divine light protection. The youth still wanted to be angry, but at this moment, his pupils constricted. In the resplendent academy, not every third-generation descendant had awakened a divine body, but all the second-generation descendants had awakened a divine body. This meant that Lin Ling had the potential to become a second-generation descendant. Of course, it was only potential. Scarlet flower dazzling palm. Bang! The youth immediately erupted with all his strength. His talent and world essence fused, turning into a surging palm that collided with Lin Ling's. Unfortunately, it was useless. Bang! When the fists collided, it was as though two powerful worlds were colliding. In the next moment, the young man's body flew backwards and smashed into the wall of the large hall in the distance. If Lin Ling had not held back, the wall would have been shattered. Then, a figure slid down the wall and fell to the ground unconscious. Seeing this, the hall fell into a deathly silence. Defeating a third-generation descendant with one punch? Now, can you be quiet? Quiet. Lin Ling slowly walked back. Everywhere he passed, there was silence. In the world of martial arts, strength was the best proof. Lin Ling already knew this, so in the face of all sorts of dissatisfied voices, simple and crude methods were the best. Seeing Lin Ling sit down cross-legged once more, the eyes of those around him flashed. They didn't think that Lin Ling would be so strong. It's him, Lin Ling. He defeated the newcomer of the 36 World Kings not too long ago. That battle has caused an uproar in the last generation. Yes. Finally, someone seemed to recall something. He defeated the 36 World Kings. How is that possible? Did he do something to it? Yes. I don't know, but I'm sure he won. Most importantly, he passed the assessment not too long ago. Oh. So that's how it is. No wonder he's so arrogant. He isn't some newcomer. Yes. The surrounding third-generation descendants began to whisper, their moods becoming even worse. They had experienced countless tribulations before finally becoming third-generation descendants, standing above tens of thousands of people. But now, Lin Ling had caught up to them in the blink of an eye. This left them envious. Chapter 24:59. How do you want to play? At this moment, a sneer was heard and a thin young man walked out. He was wearing a long green robe and his long hair was tied behind his head. He had the demeanor of an expert as he walked. There were a few people following him who seemed to be his followers. They all had fawning expressions on their faces. Chen. Seeing this, many of the third generation's faces changed slightly. They quickly saluted him because he was ranked in the top 20 among the third generation. However, Lin Ling was unmoved and continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. Lin Ling, I've heard of your name. I've even been waiting for you. Chen spoke again. You've killed many of the martial gods in our Tating commandery. At this moment, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. Tating commandery? This Tating commandery really has a deep heritage. Geniuses come in waves, like chives that can never be cut down. Lin Ling also knew that as a vassal state of the great Qing divine dynasty, Tating commandery would definitely kill him if they had the chance. Therefore, Lin Ling would not let anyone from Tating commandery go. Previously, Lin Ling did not want to cause trouble, so he used his strength to shut everyone up. However, now Lin Ling might not do the same. He said indifferently, is there no one else in Tating commandery? Let a person like you, who has no second thoughts, talk about me. Lin Ling, I know you have some skills and defeated the 36-realm king. However, don't forget that his strength is only average among the third generation. You're just lucky that you didn't meet me. Chen's eyes were cold. Then, he laughed and said, however, killing is not allowed in the academy. I'll spare your life for now. After you're driven out of the Dandelion Palace, we'll have a life-and-death battle outside the academy. Now, get out of my sight. Seeing that I'm in a good mood, I'll let you live. His words seemed to be a reward for Lin Ling. However, no one thought he was arrogant. After all, the 36-realm king was not at the same level as him. Lin Ling could defeat the 36-realm king and was only average among the third generation. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He suddenly looked at the Dandelion Palace and said, in that case, how about we have a bet? What if I can enter the Dandelion Palace? Many mocking voices came from all directions. Today's Dao seeking was something only the third-generation disciples were qualified to attend. Even the second-generation elder sister ninth didn't dare to enter. Okay, let's make a bet. How do you want to play? Chen was stunned, and the smile on his face became even more ferocious. In his opinion, Lin Ling was simply courting death. In fact, he was very displeased that he had spared Lin Ling's life earlier. Who would have expected that Lin Ling would actually deliver himself to his doorstep? As for whether Lin Ling could enter the Dandelion Palace, that was a joke. Resplendent Academy was one of the 3 great divine academies of the Azure province. The rules were extremely strict and no one could violate them. If one had the strength of a third-generation's disciple but had not passed the test, they were not considered a third-generation disciple. If you lose, bring your face closer and I'll slap you. How about it? Lin Ling sneered. Although he did not know how to enter the Dandelion Palace, Ancestor Dragon Granny had given him a jade token and acknowledged his identity. Ancestor Dragon Granny would not lie to him. Seeing Lin Ling agree so easily, someone immediately asked, Lin Ling, did you go to the battlefield of ruins and participate in the battle of the third generation? No. Lin Ling shook his head. Ha! Everyone laughed even louder. If he did not participate in the battle of the third generation, then he was not a third-generation disciple. Lin Ling was indeed courting death. Good, as expected of Lin Ling. You're straightforward. I agree to this bet. If you lose, bring your face closer and I'll give you a hard slap. Chen laughed heroically. He was like an invincible god of war, exuding a powerful aura. Senior brother Chen, you're amazing. There was no lack of bootlickers around. They immediately flattered Qian Chen. So handsome. There were even some girls who secretly threw flirtatious glances at Qian Chen. Then, they stared at Lin Ling with contempt. They were not optimistic about Lin Ling at all. It was obviously impossible for a newcomer to gain a foothold in the resplendent academy. Lin Ling was simply an idiot. Everyone, be my witness. The surrounding voices finally lifted Qian Chen's mood. He laughed in a carefree manner. As an expert ranked 20th among the third-generation disciples, who would not give him face? Don't worry. If he loses, he can't deny it. We're looking forward to the applause. Without any suspense, voices of support rose one after another. Seeing this, Lin Ling's smirk deepened. At this moment, a sky full of dandelions fluttered out of the main hall. It was extremely beautiful. The sky around the main hall turned into a starry sky. It was the chaos of the universe. The dandelions seemed to have come from the chaos of the universe, making the main hall sacred and magnificent. Chaos energy. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he looked at the floating dandelions. He was surprised. This senior dandelion was very strong. Moreover, he had 3 swords. This made Lin Ling look forward to it even more. The dandelion main hall is open. After the dandelions appeared, many excited voices came from the main hall. Rumble. In front of the main hall, an ancient black stone tablet rose from the ground. The pitch-black stone tablet gave off an extremely strong pressure. At the entrance, an old man wearing a red robe walked out. He had 8 swords on his back and his aura was cold as he said, "All third generations, prepare to enter." Soon, someone walked toward the gate. The ancient stone tablet emitted light as if it was confirming the person's identity. However, he was indeed a third-generation disciple, so he entered easily. Then, the third-generation disciples entered one after another. Lin Ling, it's your turn. Don't tell me you're thinking of running away at this time. I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Qian Chen suddenly became aggressive. He was looking forward to a good show. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly and strode toward the gate. You're not wearing the third generation's green robe? The old man frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. The third-generation disciples all wore green robes. I don't have a green robe. Lin Ling looked at the old man and said. The old man frowned even harder. Many people around couldn't help but laugh secretly. Then, do you have the third generation's jade token? The old man asked again. I'm sorry, I don't have such a thing. Then you've participated in the third generation's assessment. I don't have it either. Facing the old man's questioning, Lin Ling kept shaking his head. The old man's aura became colder and colder. What was this junior playing at? This guy is really arrogant. The eyes of the people around trembled. They knew that Lin Ling wasn't qualified to enter, but they didn't expect that Lin Ling would be neither arrogant nor humble in front of such a senior. He didn't know anything. Wasn't he just playing with the senior? One should know that the senior was Dandelion's sword servant. He was an extremely hot-tempered existence in the resplendent academy. Then, what are you doing here? Sure enough, the old man's aura burst out. It was like 10,000 swords returning to their master. There's a good show to watch. Maybe Lin Ling will be obliterated. Qian Chen couldn't help but sneer. It seemed that he didn't need to do anything. However, the fact was that the old man's eyes were like swords. He had already begun to attack Lin Ling. Chapter 2460. The world of 10,000 swords. The black ancient stone tablet emitted light, but it did not stop Lin Ling. This meant that Lin Ling had passed the stone tablet's test and had the qualifications to enter the Dandelion Palace. As for the old man, he had raised his arm high and was about to attack, but at this moment, he was shocked. Because after passing the Universal Combat Tablets test, this meant that Lin Ling indeed had the qualifications. The third generations who wanted to watch a good show were all stunned, their mouths wide open and speechless. Lin Ling had the qualifications? What was going on? Even the old man could not react in time, but his face was not as cold as before. He said slowly, "You have something on you that represents the third generation? I don't know what the third generation needs, but I do have it." Lin Ling immediately nodded and took out a red jade token from his clothes and handed it to the old man. His attitude was still as indifferent as before. He did not know what the jade token was, but he was sure that he could enter the palace. The old man looked at Lin Ling strangely and took Lin Ling's jade token. He frowned and looked at it, and his expression became more and more interesting. Second generation potential jade token. In the end, his voice became sharp, and it even carried a wisp of madness. His previously cold face now revealed a smile. It was a smile that was close to flattering. Because this jade token represented the potential of the second generation. In the third generation, there were less than 10 people who had this jade token. And he was the sword servant of the Dandelion Palace Senior, and also the second generation of the older generation, so he naturally knew the significance of this jade token. From a certain point of view, Lin Ling's status was higher than his. After all, he was an old genius, and Lin Ling was a rising genius. Come in quickly, I have neglected you before." The old man's attitude changed 180 degrees. In fact, he didn't know that in the past month, the upper echelons of the Resplendent Academy had already held a meeting regarding Lin Ling. At that time, they had decided to give Lin Ling the second generation potential token. "Little friend, you should have told me earlier that you have the second generation potential token. You almost caused me to make a mistake. If Lady Dandelion finds out, she will definitely punish me." The old man's voice carried a bitter smile. Looking at the old man's flattered appearance, Lin Ling seemed to feel that the jade token given to him by Ancestor Dragon Granny wasn't simple. He immediately shook his head helplessly. "I really don't know what this thing is." Hearing this, the old man was speechless. He had such a jade plate, yet this brat was indifferent to it. How many people would die from jealousy? "Can I go in now?" Lin Ling asked, not wanting to dwell on the previous topic. "Yes, of course you can." The old man smiled and nodded. His appearance reminded people of two words, flattery. Such an expert actually flattered Lin Ling. This undoubtedly made everyone's jaws drop. "Senior, are you seeing things? He has nothing. How can he enter the Dandelion Hall with a broken jade token? I think you must be seeing things." Qianchen was stunned. After witnessing the conversation between Lin Ling and the old man, he shouted angrily. "Noisy!" Unfortunately, the old man's attitude towards him and Lin Ling had changed 180 degrees. Qianchen's forehead was covered in cold sweat when he heard that. He finally reacted. Previously, he was reprimanding this senior. He was simply courting death. "Lin Ling, you have guts." Then, Qianchen looked coldly at Lin Ling. Today, he had lost a lot of face. After all, a large number of third-generation experts had flattered him before. Now, he had disappointed them. "Whether I have guts or not is none of your business. Now, it seems like you've lost. So, you should show me your face." Lin Ling stood at the door and said indifferently. "What do you mean I've lost? I don't know what happened before. Don't mention it now. Otherwise, I don't mind teaching you a lesson in front of the seniors." Qianchen's expression changed and he immediately played dumb. The third-generation experts around him were silent. Although they were witnesses, they would definitely not side with Lin Ling. Someone even said, "Everyone, let's go in. It seems like there's nothing left." Obviously, compared to Lin Ling, the newcomer, the crowd was more afraid of Qianchen, who was ranked within the top 20. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled. Bang! He took a step forward. Like a demon, he pounced towards Qianchen with a speed that surpassed the speed of a world. Since Qianchen refused to pay, he would do it himself. Slap! A crisp slap suddenly rang out and resounded in front of the great hall. No one thought that Lin Ling would slap Qianchen's face as soon as he said he would. Qianchen was also stunned. His cheeks began to inflate like a balloon and a clear palm print could be seen. Lin Ling had slapped him. Furthermore, he had slapped him in front of everyone. How could he, a third-generation genius, show his face in front of everyone? Even the women who had previously idolized Qianchen widened their beautiful eyes. In their hearts, this man who was like a god of war was no longer as arrogant as they had imagined. Do you know what you're doing? Qianchen stroked his cheek. His voice was extremely low and filled with murderous intent. I'm slapping your face. Can't you see? Unfortunately, Lin Ling turned a blind eye. Instead, he calmly turned around and left. I want you to die. Qianchen was on the verge of madness and had lost all reason. He pounced towards Lin Ling in an attempt to kill Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling remained indifferent because he could guarantee that once Qianchen's attack landed on his body, he would instantly kill the latter. Hence, he was waiting for the other party to attack. However, before Lin Ling could make a move, the elder had already made his move. Hundreds and thousands of swords shot out and surrounded Qianchen. As long as he took a single step, his blood would splatter everywhere. Try and move. The elder's voice was like thunder, causing everyone's hearts to pound. This elder had actually made a move on Lin Ling's behalf. This has exceeded their expectations. After all, this was Lin Ling's first time here while Qianchen had been here a few times. However, the difference in treatment between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. This made everyone curious about the jade token. What kind of jade token would allow a newcomer to receive the elder's attention? Get lost! The elder roared angrily once again. Me. Qianchen had obviously suffered the greatest humiliation of his life, but what else could he do but leave? He could only glare hatefully at Lin Ling before striding away. You're asking for your own humiliation. Lin Ling did not even look at him as he strode into the Dandelion Palace's main hall. How could this fellow be so powerful? Outside the main hall, unsurprisingly, cries of surprise filled the air. No one expected Lin Ling, a newcomer, to stir up such a bloody storm upon his arrival at the third generation's camp. There was nothing in the Dandelion Palace's main hall except for swords that had been stabbed into the ground. It was as if one had entered the world of 10,000 swords. Furthermore, as the crowd entered, the swords began to sway. What a powerful chaotic energy! Chapter 2461. Senior Dandelion. The hall was very quiet. After everyone entered, they chose a sword one after another and sat down. Gradually, there were more and more people. Jinba is here too. He has come a total of 365 times. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. Their gazes swept around and landed on a young man with an ancient sword on his back. Shockingly, he was the strongest person in the sword Dao department among the third generation. As expected of a swordsman, he had the arrogance of a swordsman. After entering, he didn't even bother to look at the crowd. After finding a sword, he sat down cross-legged. I heard that he likes Senior Dandelion. That's why he often comes here. His goal is to get Senior Dandelion's attention. Someone said in a low voice. You're courting death. If Jianba hears you, he'll definitely kill you. He's the second martial god in the third generation. Someone immediately reprimanded him, causing the expression of the person who spoke before to change. He no longer dared to speak. How can Senior Dandelion be absent from his sermon? Right at this moment, another young man walked in through the door. He had long golden hair, and there were 2 dazzling swords hanging from his waist. They made him seem like the chosen one of the heavens. This was obviously another expert from the Kendo department. It's young Master Long Lin. Many people immediately stood up and bowed to the young man. The young man smiled faintly and waved his hand. He seemed to be used to this kind of attention. He calmly sat down cross-legged under a sword. Young Master Long Lin smiled at me. Just like the rumors say, he's quite approachable. Among the 3rd generation, the second in the Sword Dao department isn't as arrogant as Sword Tyrant. His sword is an immortal treasure that has been upgraded by 1 level. It's called the Dragon Scale Sword. It's said to be made from the scales of a divine dragon. Young Master Dragon Scale's reputation was obviously better than Lord Long's, so there were more people who worshipped him. At the same time, young Master Long Lin also looked at Jinba. Jinba seemed to sense his gaze and immediately smiled disdainfully. He, Sword Tyrant, did not care about the number 2 person in the Sword Dao department at all. Lin Ling could not help but shake his head when he heard the voices around him. These martial god realm geniuses might seem impressive on the surface, but they were actually quite normal when facing someone stronger than them. They would be afraid, wary, and curious about the geniuses. And such a person had the time to care about others, but did not think of ways to improve himself. No wonder his cultivation speed was so slow. However, Lin Ling was still slightly surprised by the dragon scale sword. It wasn't that he hadn't seen dragons before, but dragons were also divided into different ranks. For example, the wild dragon was a dragon that appeared in the myriad of worlds, and the dragon ancestor was a dragon that appeared in the universe. However, the divine dragon was obviously more noble, and it was rare to see one even in millions of years. Using its scales to forge a sword, this sword was indeed extraordinary. Everyone is here. Today, as usual, we will use the sword to seek the Tao. At this moment, an indifferent voice rang out. A woman in a long black robe walked out from the front. She carried 3 long swords on her back, looking like the peerless 3-sword style. She was not devastatingly beautiful, but she was extremely cold and aloof like a plum blossom. Most importantly, her strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. Lin Ling stared at the woman. He was sure that if he were to fight with her, he would not be able to withstand a single strike from her. She was indeed worthy of being called a senior. Of course, although the woman was dressed conservatively and looked ordinary, the 3 swords on her back, coupled with her unique aura, were extremely attractive. It was no wonder that some of the 3rd generation's gazes were filled with longing, especially Sword Tyrant and young Master Dragon Scale. They secretly licked their lips. As swordsmen, they did not care about ordinary women at all. Only powerful female swordsmen were the most attractive to them. Therefore, Senior Dandelion was the object of their longing. For this reason, they had come here many times. I've cultivated countless sword Daoists, and now I'll give you all guidance. How much you can learn will depend on your abilities. Humph. At this moment, the black-robed woman sat cross-legged, and a sharp sword aura filled the air. It was elegant and cold, and it caused the surroundings to turn into a chaotic world. Swords seemed to shoot out from a myriad of worlds. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, the surroundings turned into a world of swords. Everyone's sword swayed and shot into the sky uncontrollably. My sword, return. Return. However, it was obviously not the first time that the 3rd generation swords were here, so they suppressed their swords and did not allow them to be unsheathed. Gradually, many people's swords quieted down. However, at this moment, a black ancient sword soared into the sky like a flying dragon, floating in the chaotic world. This sword was undoubtedly extremely attractive, causing many people in the hall to laugh mockingly. Young Master Dragon Scale looked up and revealed a disdainful expression. Looks like there's another pretentious person who doesn't know anything about swords. Return. Then, he ignored the sword in the sky and entered a state of cultivation. It's Lin Ling, haha, shame on you. Ha. The crowd seemed to know who the owner of the sword was, so they could not help but secretly laugh at him. Only those who weren't familiar with the path of the sword would be unable to control their swords and allow them to leave their scabbard. Of course, the third generation's first time here would also be like this. After all, they weren't familiar with the rules here. And in Dandelion Hall, if one couldn't control their own sword and caused it to leave its scabbard, that would be an extremely shameful matter. After all, a swordsman's sword existed. If the sword existed, the person existed. If the sword died, the person died. However, the woman called Dandelion's eyes brightened. This was because she could see that Lin Ling was about to enter the world of 10,000 swords. This was why Lin Ling's sword had floated up. When an ordinary person entered the world of 10,000 swords, they would need an incense stick of time to enter a state of enlightenment. At that time, they would naturally be able to suppress their swords. But, if one entered a state of enlightenment quickly, they would forget to suppress their swords. When did such a fellow appear in the third generation of Resplendent Academy? Dandelion muttered to herself. Then, as she investigated, her eyes brightened. This was because Lin Ling had a second-generation potential token. This meant that he had the potential to become a second generation. Moreover, Lin Ling had actually defeated a third generation. If she wasn't wrong, then Lin Ling was only at the 5th level of the World King realm. This fellow isn't simple at all. Dandelion thought to herself. In her mind, these young swordsmen were divided into ranks. Sword Overlord was undoubtedly the first. He had awakened his divine body, the Sword World body. Moreover, he came from Sword World and had comprehended the sword since he was a child. He was extremely fierce. The second was Sir Dragon Scale, but his strength came from the Dragon Scale sword. The third was someone like Lin Ling. I wonder who will be able to find a sword path that suits them. Dandelion's lips curved up in a smile. She was looking forward to it. At this time, in the world of 10,000 swords, countless swords weaved back and forth. It was an extremely dazzling sight. Here, it was as if all the sword paths of the 10,000 worlds had gathered. And this was indeed the case. The sword paths here were vast and endless. There were 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 4th grade, and even 5th grade. They were also divided into General, Commander, King, and Emperor levels. The Emperor level corresponded to a 5th grade sword path martial skill. This was something that no one had ever managed to comprehend. Chapter 2462. Two swords compete, but soon, some people failed. Those people found the corresponding sword path martial arts, but after comprehending it, the complex sword path exceeded their limits, so they were forced to withdraw. It could be seen that firstly, it was very difficult to find a powerful sword path martial art. Secondly, even if one found it, comprehending it was even more difficult. I comprehended a commander-level sword path. Suddenly, someone shouted in pleasant surprise. It was a young woman with a pretty good appearance. She was extremely excited because she had come here 99 times to comprehend a sword Dao. Moreover, she had finally succeeded after persevering tirelessly. It's Jian Wuwei. Some people who woke up said enviously. Jian Wuwei's sword path was sharp, and he had a good reputation in the southern border. She found a commander-level sword path martial art, which was a 3rd grade martial art. It was indeed rare. Sigh, I failed. Sword path is too vast, as mysterious as the universe. Another person started to fail, shaking his head and sighing. This swordsman who failed was a bit greedy and insisted on comprehending a commander-level sword path martial art. Unfortunately, it was not something he could comprehend. Only monstrous geniuses could comprehend it successfully. I almost comprehended a general-level sword path. Another person said regretfully and opened his eyes. He also cultivated a sword path martial art. Unfortunately, he had come here many times, but he still could not comprehend it successfully. Shame, it's just a second-grade sword path martial art, but you failed again and again. How can you call yourself a swordsman? Many people said disdainfully, making that person's face dim. He was very unwilling. This time, there is only 2 hours to comprehend the sword path. If you can't comprehend a sword path, you can only come back a year later. Those swordsmen who woke up shook their heads. More and more people are waking up, which means that their comprehension is not enough. Only Jian Ba and young Master Long Lin are the most powerful. They are competing for a king-level sword path. So powerful, how can they have such monstrous comprehension? Their ultimate sword path has already reached the realm of intricacy. Many people discussed spiritedly, and they stared at the 2 strongest swordsmen with eyes full of worship. Look at Lin Ling, his sword is still dancing in the sky. At this time, someone cried out in surprise. Many people looked over and could not help but laugh mockingly. It seemed that Lin Ling could not even control his own sword. Get out! At this moment, young Master Long Lin shouted faintly. A huge sword Dao rushed out and knocked down Lin Ling's sword. This was because he was comprehending the most crucial king-level sword Dao martial arts, but Lin Ling's sword was flying back and forth in the sky, distracting him. Ha! Seeing this, many people couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Lin Ling's soul power lingered in the sky. He also sensed that someone had attacked the tyrannical song sword. However, he did not pay attention to it. Firstly, his sword kept flying and might have disturbed others. This was his fault. Secondly, the tyrannical sword only fell to the ground and was not damaged, so he did not care. What he cared about was the dancing swords in the sky. Those swords weaved back and forth with lightning speed. They were all kinds of sword martial arts, which aroused his interest. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had a deep understanding of the sword Dao, but he was not invincible. Therefore, Lin Ling was very curious when he encountered a sword Dao martial art that he had never seen before. I've cultivated this before. Give up. The lunar Luo sword takes the path of lightness and is famous for its speed. It doesn't suit me. I'm more suited for a large sword with great power. Give up. Commander-level sword Dao martial art, single sword of Mount Zhongnan. Although the attack power is not bad, it's a pity that its level is too low. If I've comprehended it, I'll have to learn other sword moves after my strength increases. Give up. Lin Ling kept thinking to himself. It was rare for him to come here, so he would learn the best. This caused the sword above his head to constantly weave through. This scene was also seen by Dandelion. She let out a puzzled sound. It was too strange. This kid had clearly captured many sword Dao martial arts, but he did not learn any of them. What was he trying to do? Although her voice was soft, everyone present was a genius, so they could easily hear her puzzled voice. What? Senior Dandelion is actually paying attention to Lin Ling? Lin Ling is a guy who can't even suppress a sword. How can he? Senior Dandelion should be angry at Lin Ling for biting off more than he can chew. Look at Lin Ling. He still hasn't chosen a sword Dao martial art. He's still picking. Time is almost up. If things don't go well, he might have come here for nothing. The surrounding swordsmen were stunned for a moment before they immediately let out mocking laughter. They could also see that Lin Ling was constantly giving up on sword Dao martial arts. He had even given up on commander-level sword Dao martial arts. Such a mentality was too unstable. Even some female swordsmen coldly snorted. This was because they specialized in the handsome sword Dao and had spent 49 times to comprehend it. As for Lin Ling, in the face of a commander-grade sword Dao martial art, he was actually disdainful. This Lin Ling thought too highly of himself. Ignore him. Look at Sword Tyrant and young Master Long Lin. Ha! More and more people woke up. They were all staring at Sword Tyrant and young Master Long Lin. This was because comprehending the sword required comprehension power. Once one comprehended to the limit, they would withdraw and then digest what they had comprehended. However, Sword Tyrant and young Master Long Lin were still comprehending. This meant that their comprehension power had reached the monstrous level. King level, tisk tsk, they are all king level. I wonder who will succeed. I think it's Sword Tyrant. He has already comprehended the Qianquan sword twice, and this is the third time. Who knows, he might become the first person in the Resplendent Academy's Sword Dao department to comprehend a king-grade Sword Dao 3 times. Yes. 3 times. It took him 3 years. Amazing. Impressive. Young Master Long Lin is not weak either. They represent the 3rd generation of dual Sword Dao martial arts. Yes. Everyone's emotions were stirred up. It was as if they saw 2 dazzling swords soaring into the sky, representing the Resplendent Academy and defeating all the swordsmen of the 2 great academies. Oh! Pain! At this moment, a painful voice sounded. Young Master Long Lin opened his eyes with a pale face. His eyes immediately revealed a look of unwillingness. Obviously, he had failed. If he forced himself to continue comprehending, he would have suffered from qi deviation. The sword floating above his head was a dazzling golden sword. The sword was like a dragon. It was the Dragon Emperor 8 Directions sword from the ancient divine dragon world. It had reached king level. This was a 4th grade Sword Dao martial art. However, although he did not succeed in comprehending it, he was not far from it. This was his 3rd time comprehending it. Coupled with the fact that the level of the martial art was high, no one mocked him for failing. Instead, many people admired him. What? Sword Tyrant is still comprehending it? Sword Tyrant. Then, young Master Long Lin's gaze swept over, and his face instantly turned ugly. Especially when he saw Senior Dandelion staring at Sword Tyrant, he felt even more uncomfortable. This was because Senior Swordsman, whom he admired and even longed for, was not looking at him. Sword Tyrant is also comprehending king-level Sword Dao, and this is his 3rd time as well. However, he will definitely fail. Young Master Long Lin envied. Young Master Dragon Scale said enviously. Unfortunately, his wish had failed. Chapter 2463. Emperor-level Sword Dao. For a moment, countless eyes were on Jinba. Even Senior Dandelion was the same. Her cold eyes carried a hint of expectation. Coming to the world of 10,000 swords 3 times, if he could comprehend a king-level Sword Dao martial art, then he would break the record of Resplendent Academy. After all, the most recent attempt to comprehend a king-level Sword Dao had taken him 5 years to do so. Senior Dandelion, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. At almost the same time, Jinba stood up. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and the ancient sword behind him hummed. For a moment, the hall was silent. Could it be? He succeeded? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Even though the Sword Tyrant didn't say anything, they'd already guessed the truth. How could this be? Young Master Long Lin clenched his fists in anger. He was even more unwilling. Jinba stood proudly, enjoying the admiring gazes of all the swordsmen. However, he did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Senior Dandelion with a burning gaze. Because he wanted Senior Dandelion to ask him personally. Sure enough, Senior Dandelion pondered for a moment and said indifferently, "Did you successfully comprehend the Qianquan sword?" Yes. Jinba had been waiting for this moment because he had attracted Senior Dandelion's attention. In fact, he had been waiting for this moment for 3 years. I succeeded. Yes. Jinba nodded indifferently. At this moment, the ancient sword behind him blossomed with endless light. You really succeeded. Admirable. Yes. I couldn't even find a king-level sword Dao. I didn't expect Jinba to not only find it, but also successfully comprehend it. Yes. Among the swordsmen of the 3 great academies, who else could be better than him? I think that Sangling Academy's #1 swordsman, Long Padian, is qualified to be his opponent. Yes. I heard that Long Padian died in a place called the Rising Sun Boundary. This means that in terms of sword Dao, who can compare to Jinba? Yes. Although they already knew the result, when Jinba personally admitted it, they still exclaimed in surprise. Very good. You have created a new record in Resplendent Academy. The first time you came here, you found a king-level sword Dao martial art, and succeeded on the 3rd time. Dandelion couldn't help but laugh. Her cold smile was also very beautiful. Jinba was overjoyed. He had fallen in love with this senior since a long time ago. He pondered for a moment and was about to invite Senior Dandelion to discuss martial arts with him. However, at this moment, the myriad worlds in the sky emitted a surging sword cry. All the swords submitted and stopped flying. A black sword flew out like a demon king and floated above the head of a young man. Ashura sword formation. Looking at the sword, Senior Dandelion seemed to have forgotten about Sword Tyrant and could not help but exclaim. At this moment, the gazes of everyone were locked onto the sword. Everyone seemed to have forgotten about the Sword Tyrant because they'd noticed that the sword was extremely extraordinary. Once the sword was drawn, all swords would submit. This was the first time they'd seen such a thing. In fact, even Senior Dandelion hadn't seen much of it. Emperor-class sword Dao? She asked solemnly. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall seemed to have been struck by lightning. Everyone's hearts thundered. One must know that in the myriad worlds, sword Dao martial arts were broad and profound. Wanting to find a king-class sword Dao martial art was like looking for a needle in a haystack, let alone the emperor class that was above the king class. As for emperor class, it was a 5th-grade boundary origin martial art. It only appeared in the hands of true God realm experts. Which sword Dao genius is it? Yes. Everyone's gazes shifted. When they saw the young man under the black sword, their hearts instantly jumped uncontrollably. Because that was Lin Ling. This guy had been looking for sword Dao martial arts all this time. He was picky and looked extremely unstable. Who would have thought that this guy actually found an emperor-class sword Dao? Bastard! Yes. Young Master Long Lin and Jinba both shouted angrily at the same time. Today was supposed to be their moment. Who would have thought that a trash that couldn't even suppress a sword would appear and overpower them at the crucial moment? Especially Jinba, he was the most furious. After all, he almost asked Senior Dandelion out. But now, Senior Dandelion seemed to have forgotten about his existence. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know that everyone was looking at him. He was rather happy in his heart. Previously, he had been constantly selecting and comprehending those sword Daos. Finally, after comprehending 80% of the sword Dao martial arts, the mysterious black sword appeared. He instantly felt that this sword Dao was very suitable for him. It was at least a 5th-grade sword Dao. With this sword Dao martial art, he wouldn't have to change his martial arts for a long time. It's you. Lin Ling's 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes appeared and stared at the sword. At the same time, the ultimate sword Dao appeared in his body. The true realm of Dao, which was stronger than the hyperfocus realm, enveloped the sword. However, the sword was like an Azura demon king. It kept resisting and seemed to refuse Lin Ling to comprehend it. In front of me, do you have the ability to resist? Unfortunately, Lin Ling coldly shouted in his heart. The powerful true realm of Dao suppressed it from all directions, gradually allowing him to see the birth of a universal Asura. This was an ancient sword Dao martial art that had been lost for a long time. It used the world origin sword to set up a sword array and destroy the enemy. This sword Dao martial art was extremely overbearing. It gave birth to powerful chaotic energy. It was divided into 5 stages. The first stage, the Asura sword array, gave birth to 49 Asura swords. If God blocked it, it would kill God. If Buddha blocked it, it would destroy Buddha. The second stage had 81 swords. The third stage had 168 swords. The emperor-level sword array was indeed terrifying. If I didn't have the 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes and the ultimate sword Dao, I wouldn't have been able to control this sword array. Lin Ling thought to himself. What? At this moment, everyone in the hall exclaimed again because they saw that the black Asura sword was actually swaying. Could it be that Lin Ling had comprehended this emperor-level sword Dao martial art? Impossible. The emperor-level sword Dao martial art requires comprehension ability. The requirements are very strict. How could a trash who can't even control the sword successfully comprehend it? However, Jinba's words brought everyone back to reality. They felt that it was true. Moreover, time is up. Young Master Long Lin sneered. Senior Dandelion shook her head helplessly. She had wanted to see a miracle, but it was obvious that she had thought too much. Even if Lin Ling could comprehend it, there wasn't enough time. Whoosh! Sure enough, the thousands of swords began to retreat like a tide. The world of 10,000 swords gradually disappeared. Obviously, the 2 hours were up. At the same time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. However, when he saw the gazes around him, he was a little stunned. How do you feel about the emperor-level sword Dao martial art? Then, a calm voice drifted out. It was Senior Dandelion. She wanted to see if Lin Ling had gained anything. It's okay. It didn't disappoint me. Lin Ling nodded. Senior Dandelion was stunned. She thought that Lin Ling would talk about the difficulties he had encountered when comprehending the sword Dao martial art. Who knew that Lin Ling would say that it was okay? Suddenly, she was disappointed. Chapter 2464. Sword Strength Test. Is this fellow here to make a fool of himself? It's so rare that he came to the 10,000 sword world and didn't choose any sword skills but chose an emperor-level sword Dao. Is that something he can comprehend? Ridiculous. He's truly a ridiculous fool. He must be regretting it to death. This is the fate of being greedy. Ridiculous. Maybe he can't even comprehend a general-level sword Dao. Because he's too bored, he chose an emperor-level sword Dao to draw our attention. Ridiculous. Your guess is correct, but being able to find an emperor-grade sword Dao is also a kind of ability. Ridiculous. Without any suspense, there was a great deal of laughter from all around. Even Sword Overlord and Sword Overlord couldn't help but laugh. However, they were still a bit annoyed with Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had indeed attracted Senior Dandelion's attention. This was the same as ruining their good fortune. Of course, for someone like Lin Ling, they would slowly teach him a lesson once they left this place. The laughter from all around left Lin Ling even more startled. He didn't understand what these people were laughing at. The reason he said it was okay was because he had successfully comprehended it. Moreover, he could use all 6 layers of the Asura sword array. Of course, this required him to have a corresponding cultivation boundary. Currently, he could only use the first layer. But, it had also greatly increased the might of his sword Dao. It could be said that this cultivation had made up for the flaws in his sword Dao. As for the fire attribute, Lin Ling had the heretical god transformation and the sword Dao department had the Asura sword array. His strength had risen by 30%. Currently, he had the confidence to fight an 8th or 9th stage world king. Shaking his head, Lin Ling didn't bother to say anything more. If they wanted to laugh, then so be it. Then, Lin Ling picked up the tyrannical song sword and turned to leave. His indifferent appearance left Senior Dandelion surprised. She thought that this youth wouldn't be willing to accept the ridicule from all around, but who knew that the youth's reaction would be so calm? It was a kind of indifference, even disdain. No one is allowed to leave. However, as soon as Lin Ling moved, young Master Long Lin shouted, "As a swordsman, we must show off our abilities and move forward bravely. Although I fail to comprehend today, it does not mean that my swordsmanship is weak. Therefore, according to the usual rules, let us test our strength at the Huan Yu battle tablet in front of the gate." His words were clearly directed at Sword Tyrant. However, the irony was that he seemed to want more people to be his witnesses, so he didn't allow anyone else to leave and made them spectators. Hearing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but open his eyes wide. This fellow is so bored? You seem to be competing with him. This has nothing to do with me. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Lin Ling naturally wouldn't participate in such a boring game. His words caused young Master Long Lin's pupils to dilate. You dare? Jianba glared angrily at Lin Ling as well. Actually, he approved of young Master Long Lin's suggestion because only then would he be able to shine even more dazzlingly. You talk too much. Unfortunately, how could Lin Ling not dare? He wanted to leave. Let's wait for a while. There is indeed a rule for comprehending swordsmanship here. Before leaving, everyone has to demonstrate their swordsmanship strength. Senior Dandelion also spoke up. Since this senior had spoken, Lin Ling still had to give face. Of course, he still felt very bored and wanted to see Xian Yuan Gu, and the others quickly. Let's go to the gate. The other swordsmen were very enthusiastic. They also wanted to see how much their swordsmanship had improved after comprehending this time. Everyone pushed and pulled Lin Ling into the crowd as they walked towards the door. At the gate, the old man was still guarding there. After seeing everyone, he knew why they were here. He immediately took a few steps forward and let the black stone tablet appear in front of everyone's eyes. This stone tablet was the one used to check everyone's identity. It was also a sword training stone. It was said that it was left behind by a sword god in the martial god world. It had universal swordsmanship and could check a swordsman's overall strength. This is the Universal Combat Power Tablet. It can test the attack of a sword, the comprehension of the ultimate sword Dao, and the strength of your swordsmanship. Everyone, take turns. Senior Dandelion said calmly. Soon, someone walked forward excitedly and pulled out his sword. Clang! His sword slashed on the stone tablet and instantly, it shone brightly. 500 swordsmanship strength. This was the swordsmanship strength of the integrated sword Dao. Good, it has increased by 100 swordsmanship from last time. The genius who pulled out the sword couldn't help but shout excitedly. Old Cliff Swordsman, you have been here more than 20 times, right? Only 500 swordsmen now, trash. However, someone immediately laughed disdainfully and pulled out his sword. He slashed hard, and the words on the stone tablet immediately appeared. It was 600. Wow, that's amazing. It seems like this is Wu Yaokong's 5th time here. His overall swordsmanship is already so high. The crowd exclaimed, and the swordsman nodded proudly. He was overjoyed. It was every swordsman's wish to be able to fight against swordsmen from all over the world. Next, everyone took turns to go up and see the level of their swordsmanship strength through the stone tablet. 1000 swordsmanship. He actually has 1000 swordsmanship. He is only relying on that sword. Otherwise, it would be 700 at most. The swordsman's swordsmanship includes many things. There are ultimate sword Dao, swordsmanship martial arts, and swordsmanship. So, it's normal for him to rely on his sword. Everyone started to talk about it. Lin Ling was bored. With his experience, he could naturally tell what the stone tablet was. It was not even an ancient expert sword training stone. It was called the Heavenly Curved Sword Stone. It was indeed able to test one's swordsmanship strength. However, its hardness was very low. 100,000 swordsmanship strength would be enough to break it. I wonder how Xian Yuan Gu, and the rest are doing. Lin Ling then muttered to himself. Senior Dandelion, who was not far away, was stunned. As a swordsman, he hated being inferior to others the most. Now, there was actually someone who did not care about this kind of swordsmanship strength test. This was a little surprising. It's my turn. At this moment, young Master Long Lin walked out. He pulled out both swords, and a dragon roared. Twin dragons emerging from the sea. A dazzling sword appeared. It was like a twin dragon that could easily cut apart a world. Rumble. The stone tablet was dazzling, and a dazzling light erupted. 30,000 swordsmanship strength. Seeing this, the surrounding swordsmen forgot to breathe. This was too abnormal. This meant that young Master Long Lin's ultimate sword Dao, swordsmanship martial arts, chaotic energy, and swordsmanship were all extremely powerful. After all, the stone tablet could only test one's swordsmanship strength and not other powers. Therefore, if one's cultivation level was high but did not understand the sword, the stone tablet would not emit any light. Looking at his proud sword, young Master Long Lin could not help but laugh. He then looked at Senior Dandelion and said, Senior, how is it? Not bad. This is your third time here, but you managed to erupt with 30,000 swordsmanship strength. It's extremely rare. Senior Dandelion nodded in satisfaction. This made young Master Long Lin excited. Previously, he had lost to Jian Ba when he comprehended the sword Dao. Now, he finally suppressed Jian Ba. Then, young Master Long Lin looked at Jian Ba mockingly and said, Swordsmen are proud. How can they admit defeat so easily? Moreover, comprehending the sword Dao doesn't mean anything. Only swordsmanship is the symbol of a swordsman. The crowd immediately looked forward to it. It was Jian Ba's turn. They wondered who was more powerful in this battle between dragons and tigers. Do you think you're very powerful? You only rely on the sword in your hand. A true swordsman hides his sword in his heart. Watch me defeat you with an immortal treasure with an ordinary weapon. Chapter 2465. 100,000 sword force. Everyone's eyes flickered. What Jinba said made sense. After all, young Master Long Lin was using an immortal treasure forged from the divine dragon scale armor. You're too weak. Almost at the same time, Jinba drew his sword. He had the aura of an overlord of the sword. Rumble. The sword was like a torrent of the sun, moon, and stars. The stone tablet was almost cut in half. A moment later, a dazzling light bloomed. Frightening numbers also appeared in a shocking manner. 50,000 sword force. There was no suspense. The surroundings were silent. All the swordsmen looked at Jinba with admiration. Young Master Long Lin stood there in a daze, his face pale. He had wanted to crush Jinba with his immortal treasure. Who knew that Jinba would defeat him with the help of a precious weapon? Jinba's sword principle might not be too strong. Ultimate sword principle, minute subtlety, and king sword principle martial arts. No wonder. Senior Dandelion couldn't help but exclaim. This made Jinba even more proud. He knew that young Master Long Lin was asking to be humiliated by competing with him. It's your turn now. Let me see if anyone can surpass me. After that, Jinba proudly looked at everyone and said. Only when everyone had passed the test would he be able to prove how outstanding he was. Okay, I'll do it. Next, the swordsmen drew their swords. Unfortunately, not even 10,000 sword force. This showed the gap between them. The proud smile on Jinba's face grew wider and wider. It was as if he was the ruler of the world. As time passed, all the swordsmen seemed to have finished their test. Wait, what about you? Why don't you go? At this moment, Jinba suddenly looked at someone. That person was leaning against the door and drinking wine as if it had nothing to do with him. That person was Lin Ling. In fact, Lin Ling had disrupted his show. He also had a little resentment towards Lin Ling. At this moment, he naturally wanted to let Lin Ling know how lowly he was. Moreover, everyone had been tested except for Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling was no exception. Everyone has taken the test, but you didn't take the test. Are you looking down on everyone? Young Master Long Lin also let out a cold shout. He was unhappy that he had lost to Jinba. When he saw Lin Ling's indifferent expression, he was even more unhappy. Huh, what right does he have to look down on you? He's just afraid of losing face, so he doesn't dare to take the test. The crowd also burst into laughter. Lin Ling couldn't even suppress his sword at the beginning. In addition, when he was comprehending the sword Dao, he had captured the emperor-level sword Dao, but he didn't succeed in comprehending it. Therefore, no one thought that his sword force was very powerful. Sigh, how boring. You guys have won. Is that enough? I really don't have time. However, Lin Ling's expression remained calm as he sighed. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. Then, even crazier laughter rang out. Ha! Sword Tyrant couldn't help but laugh because Lin Ling actually admitted defeat. However, he still shook his head and said, "No, according to the rules, everyone has to be tested. You are not an exception. You should take the test too. It's good to be familiar with your own sword force." Even Senior Dandelion shook his head helplessly. He felt that Lin Ling didn't look like a swordsman. He didn't have the sword heart of a swordsman. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head again. He knew that if he didn't take the test, these people wouldn't agree. Since Senior Dandelion had spoken, he would give it a try. In fact, there's no need for this universal combat steel. As a swordsman, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. If I'm not familiar with my own sword force, how can I be a swordsman? Lin Ling walked out and said calmly. His words had undoubtedly infuriated everyone. This guy who was at the bottom was so arrogant. He wanted to teach them a lesson. Deliberately mystifying. Later, if your sword force doesn't exceed 200, you will swing your sword 100,000 times. Sword Tyrant said disdainfully. He didn't care if Lin Ling was weak, but he was still so arrogant. He was simply courting death. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed sarcastically. I know you want to attract Senior Dandelion's attention, but be careful not to fail miserably. Are you saying that you caused me to fail miserably? I, Sword Tyrant, have risen in the world and defeated countless swordsmen. In the martial god boundary, among the 3 generations of the 3 big academies, there are no more than 5 people who can be my opponent. Even the number 1 swordsman in the Tsangling Academy, Long Padian, I'm only 3 moves weaker than him. Do you think you are qualified to talk about me? Sword Tyrant couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed sarcastically. Lin Ling shook his head. Long Padian? Sorry, that guy was killed by him in the Rising Sun boundary. He said to himself, I can only say that the swordsman you met was useless. As soon as he said this, the laughter around him became even louder. For a guy like Lin Ling, there should be a limit to his bragging. Then, someone saw that Lin Ling actually picked up a tree branch and waved it around like a sword. This guy can't be thinking of using a tree branch as a sword, right? Young Master Long Lin thought that Lin Ling seemed to be stupid. Could it be that being at the bottom wasn't enough, so he wanted to be at the bottom? However, Lin Ling didn't seem to hear the voices around him. He looked at Senior Dandelion calmly and said, "Senior, I have 2 questions for you. Can I ask you?" "Ask away." At first, Senior Dandelion thought that Lin Ling was somewhat extraordinary. However, after experiencing all this, her evaluation of Lin Ling was that he was biting off more than he could chew and couldn't see through himself. Therefore, her attitude became somewhat cold. "First, this combat prowess tablet is broken. I don't have to pay for it, do I? Second, after the test, can I leave?" When Lin Ling asked these 2 questions, the crowd almost rolled on the ground in laughter again. Even Senior Dandelion laughed and said, "Sure." She thought that Lin Ling was more of an idiot than she had imagined. How could this combat prowess tablet be broken so easily? As for after the test, Lin Ling could of course leave. Even if Lin Ling wanted to stay, she wouldn't bother to see him. Hurry up and do the test. Don't be like an idiot trying to please the crowd. Seeing that Lin Ling had only said a few words, Sword Tyrant was already impatient. Did he have to be so shameless? However, as soon as he finished speaking, a black light flashed. The next moment, a tree branch flew into the sky and stabbed into the ground. As for Lin Ling, he turned around and left. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that I gained something from the world of 10,000 swords, I wouldn't have the time to play such a boring game. A real swordsman gains his sword strength through life and death struggles. He doesn't know his sword strength through tests. Lin Ling's voice floated in everyone's ears at the same time. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Lin Ling had finished the test. Only Senior Dandelion saw Lin Ling draw his sword. It was very, very fast, and there was an indescribable aura. It seemed to be the aura of Azura. Moreover, she could clearly sense that Lin Ling's ultimate sword Dao seemed to be the true realm of Dao. Because she was in this realm, she was extremely familiar with it. However, how could this be possible? A 3rd-generation swordsman who came to the Dandelion Palace for the first time had the true realm of Dao? This must be fake. However, just as she was thinking, a crisp sound rang out at the same time. Crack! At this moment, cracks appeared on the stone tablet that was erected on the ground, and a dazzling number shockingly appeared. 100,000 sword strength. Chapter 2466. The end of the last generation examination. Those people were all standing there in a daze. Some of them even thought that the Huanyu battle tablet had suddenly broken down. It seems his Omega Sword Dao really is the true realm of the Dao. The dandelion muttered to itself and drifted out like a gust of wind. The Sword Tyrant's pupils constricted when he heard this, and he remained silent for a long time as he gazed at the figure that was leaving. Didn't Lin Ling say that he had to force him to use his sword? At that time, the light of the Sword Overlord would disappear. But now, his light had indeed disappeared. Lin Ling's sword had stolen all of his light. It was as if he had smashed his own foot with a rock. Wait, what level of sword art did you use just now? Suddenly, Senior Dandelion shouted. The universal battle power steel did not look at one's cultivation base, but only at one's sword energy. Since Lin Ling was able to break it, it meant that his ultimate sword Dao was extremely powerful. It was at the true realm of Dao. However, it was still not enough to break the steel. Therefore, she was very confused. Emperor-level Ashura sword formation. An indifferent voice drifted out from the young man's mouth in the distance. That voice was very calm, and there was no arrogance in it. There was only a hint of helplessness brought about by the boring actions of the crowd. Emperor level. All the swordsmen fell to the ground with a plop. Their expressions were very interesting. They felt that they were very ironic. They actually mocked others. Pa! The 2 swords in young Master Dragon Scale's hands also fell to the ground due to shock. Previously, Lin Ling had found an Emperor-level sword Dao martial art, but he had limited time. He didn't believe that Lin Ling would be able to successfully comprehend it. Even if he had enough time, an emperor-level sword Dao martial art wasn't something that an ordinary person could comprehend. But now, the facts had proven everything. That young man had actually succeeded in comprehending it in such a short period of time. It could only be said that this fellow's comprehension ability had already surpassed all the monstrous geniuses. Senior Dandelion had naturally thought of this as well. It seemed like the first record of the Sword Dao department was probably created by that fellow. However, what made her the most speechless was that after creating such a miracle, that guy actually had an indifferent look on his face. It was as if he had no desire to show off, and even felt that it was boring. A swordsman is not here to show off. The test of swordsmanship is a test of life and death, not the universal combat tablet. She muttered to herself as if she had understood something. The surrounding swordsmen also smiled bitterly. They finally knew why the young man was so lazy. It was because he was truly disdainful. After being surprised, Jinba's face became even more ferocious. Right now, it seemed like no one was paying attention to him, which made him very angry. He felt as if he had been ruthlessly slapped in the face by Lin Ling, making him feel ashamed. After Lin Ling left the Dandelion Palace, he immediately went to look for Xian Yuangur and the others. What happened before was indeed quite boring to him. Yo, a 5th grade boundary origin martial art. You actually managed to comprehend it in such a short time. Your comprehension ability is too monstrous. Qian Ji Queen's voice came from his sleeve. Have you forgotten? I have the myriad devil eyes. Lin Ling said with a smile. I see. I am so envious. Aren't you afraid that I will gouge your left eye out while you are sleeping? Qian Ji Queen knew that the myriad devil eyes was extremely powerful. Although it did not seem to have any attack power, its supportive ability was one of the top 10 talents. It was even one of the 6 great godly eyes of the universe. She could not help but feel excited. However, Lin Ling's next sentence extinguished the fire in her heart. You still need my help to make a divine pill. Before that, you will not touch me. After all, if a blind man makes a divine pill for you, you can't guarantee that the divine pill will be effective. Qian Ji Queen cursed in her heart after hearing that. This little fox. As Lin Ling walked forward, he saw a large number of 3rd generation and last generation. They looked anxious and hurried as if they were rushing to cultivate in seclusion. If these martial god geniuses were placed in the myriad worlds, they would be the rulers of the world. They could have anything they want. Unfortunately, in the martial god world, they are just ordinary people who work hard every day to become stronger. Lin Ling could not help but sigh. In the path of martial arts, there was no such realm. When you defeated all your opponents and enjoyed the sense of accomplishment and superiority, you suddenly realized that there were people stronger than you. You, who had been in a high position for many years, naturally wanted to surpass those people. Thus, you once again entered a state of bitter cultivation. This was the joy of martial arts. Sometimes, the result was important, but the process was also very attractive. Although everyone knew this, no one could give up on the pursuit of martial arts. When the strong were angry, millions of corpses would fall. No one could give up the feeling of being a supreme existence. You should be content. As far as I know, you have just entered the Resplendent Academy. However, you are already invincible among the 3rd generation. Your growth speed is very fast. Qian Ji Queen suddenly said. It is still too slow. However, Lin Ling shook his head. His goal was too far away. Therefore, he would never feel that his cultivation speed was fast. After all, Tianliuli was now above the 9 continents. At least, Lin Ling was not qualified to see her yet. Moreover, he still had some things to solve. For example, Grandma Wen Dao. Lin Ling also wanted to see her. Unfortunately, it required a corresponding strength. Lin Ling had a feeling that when his strength reached a certain level, he would be able to see Grandma Wen Dao. I wonder how Grandpa, and Mother are doing. Then, Lin Ling thought of his family and friends in his hometown. Qian Ji Queen was stunned. She did not expect this arrogant monster to have such a side to him. On the way, Lin Ling asked the passers-by for directions. Then, he walked towards the location of the last generation examination. All the candidates of the last generation were allowed to participate in the examination. Therefore, not only were there disciples from Lin Ling's generation, but there were also disciples from the same generation as Lin Ling. The examination was very strict. After a long time, it finally came to an end. Those who passed were all overjoyed. They finally became the last generation and were qualified to enter the Resplendent Academy. As for those who were eliminated, their faces were filled with unwillingness as they looked enviously at those who had passed the test. How did it go? I passed. That's great, I passed too. Falling flower flowing water sword, how about you guys? Fortunately, I did not disappoint. I am the last generation now. Zhang Wen wanted to make things difficult for me. Unfortunately, I will not let him do as he wishes. Xian Yuan Gu and the others walked out from the crowd. They were all very excited. This group of people had actually passed the test, causing the surrounding youths to be extremely jealous and envious. After all, only a few hundred people passed out of tens of thousands of people. Moreover, those who passed knew each other. This was a rare situation. It's those two bastards again. On the other side, a few well-dressed women walked out from the crowd. They snorted coldly as they walked. They'd passed as well. They'd originally thought that they were the favored daughters of the heavens in this test, but in the end, once Xianyuan Gu, and Tang Yue appeared, their brilliance immediately dimmed.